that? Oh, that's better. There you go. That's better. It should be better. Confirm it with me, would you, Mossels? I'm just posting it around a couple of Facebook groups. Like I say, should be able to hear it now. My mic is bouncing around, so it should be good. I think it might have been coming on the webcam, which is not as good. Let me... I think it might have been coming on... Yeah, that's it, that's fine now. Almost done. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, so so the first thing I thought it was be important to mention is about my transition. So after 2.5 years and 928 days, I am finally getting somewhere with my transition. So the NHS system for trans people is incredibly slow. And one of the reasons for this, the NHS is brilliant at pretty much everything, but it's really rubbish at a few things, very few amount of things. And one of the things it's pretty bad at is trans care and mental health. Now, trans stuff came under the category of mental health for a long time, because it used to be considered a mental disorder. But things have changed in recent years, and now it's called gender incongruence, which, like I say, it's not a mental disorder as such. Well, because the system is old, because the system that they use for trans people, much of it goes back to the 1960s and and 70s, whatever. So the system is largely unchanged. They have changed some procedural systems. So, for example, they used to have something called real life experience, where you've got to live in your gender before they'll give you any hormones, which sounds weird. You've got to pretend to be something until they allow you to become something. So yeah, that's quite hard on people. Well, the queues are so long that, they don't even need to worry about real life experience, because you just got to wait anyway. And there are a lot of people go private because the system is so slow. And the reason why it's so slow is because they don't have the funding. So I used to be with Leeds. I'm going to tell you the story. So I used to be with Leeds, and with Leeds, their system would effectively, they have a budget for 27 people a month, but there are over 100 referrals a month going to them. So if we look at it in a COVID sense, imagine you've got a store and you can only get 27 people through an hour, and they're really quite popular, and there's a queue outside and 100 people are joining the queue an hour. You can imagine what it will be like at the end of the day. So make days, weeks and months, and or months rather. So you can imagine it takes a long time. So as a result, the system is lengthy. And And COVID hasn't really helped at all for people because, of course, like everybody else, um, you know, people have been. You can't exactly do. Um, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to speak about the modelling in a few minutes. So I just want to get this stuff out because the only time I've ever done an update about my trans stuff was ages ago. When I first came out. I've mentioned it here and there in videos while I've been doing some modelling, but this is it. I'm making a statement here. So I'm just giving people an update on what's going on. So yeah, with Leeds, like I say, the NHS system, although it's not considered a mental health disorder anymore, it still has a budget that is kind of linked to it. And to give you an idea of how bad the budget is, if you went to your doctors and you said you had a depression problem, I studied psychology, and one of the things I learned there is that therapy is expensive, but pills are cheap. So what he'll do is like, oh, you're feeling depressed. Okay, well, let me write you a prescription for some antidepressant. There you go. And then he'll sort of go into a filing cabinet or something, and he'll give you a bunch of charities that you can go to because the NHS doesn't really deal with that. I have Asperger's. I asked to be tested, and it took 3 years for them to sort of decide, yes, we'll pay for you to go somewhere else to be tested. I went up to the local hospital, and they had a mental health. They got a mental health team, and I was effectively told that they only have the budget for dealing with people with psychosis. So basically, unless I was chasing someone up the street with a large carving knife, showing, at which point they basically section you, lock you in a padded room and stick a load of drugs into you, that's all they've got a budget for, which is awful. So, and unfortunately, this is the reason why you have people like Mind and other mental health charities who help people who, where the NHS, doesn't have the budget. They basically take up some of the reins. So it's really disappointing. Well, when it came to COVID, it shut down all the clinics like it did in, many clinics had to slow down or to be turned off for a while. And I'm not just talking about transgender clinics, I'm talking about all sorts of things. Had a role for Asperger's, that's interesting. Well, anyway, so back in 2018, I went to my doctor's in the December 2018, and I asked him to refer me to a gender identity clinic. And in the January of 2019, I came out because I got 2 YouTube channels. I got like my general channel, and then I got my model railway one because I want to keep them compartmentalized. And the YouTube one, I just gave this one thing out, and I said, hey, look, there's I'm having a bit of a change in my life, and here's what it is. Hey, I'm transgendered. That was largely what I was saying, and I told a bit of a story, the story of how I got from where I was to how I was then, back in 2019. Well, 2.5 years later, things are finally starting to happen. Now, with Leeds, when I first had my screening call in the February 2019, I asked how long it would be for my first assessment, and I was told 18 months, which would have put it in around about May, June, July of 2020. Well, obviously COVID came around and shut all the transgender clinics. And I'm not bitter about this. I mean, it's annoying. It's like, oh, my damn luck for this to happen just as it's nobody's fault. It's not my fault. It's not the NHS's fault. It's just one of those things. It's like the fridge breaking down the week before Christmas. It's no one's fault. You've just got to buy a new one and accept that, well, there's going to be less Christmas presents to spend this year because, I had to buy a fridge. So that's generally where it goes with that. So just going to have a nice drink. Pepsi Max with a bit of lemon in it. So, well, obviously, they shut down the clinics because at the end of the day, they are still doctors and nurses. That they may be helping people in different ways, but they're still trained doctors and nurses. So where you've got people that have had, you've had members of staff that have caught COVID and, even a few that have died, which was awful. They have had to, people have been sick or sick at home, and so they've needed people to care for other people, and whether they were going to, maybe they were working on the X-ray clinic or something. All right, well that's nice. Thank you, Marcel. So, um, so, like I say, so far, I haven't actually spoken to anyone from Leeds since February of 2019. The only thing I've had is when I changed my name, I informed them, and when I got a new NHS number, because I had a bit of a problem when it came to going to my doctors. So when I changed my name, it was just a case of taking my deed poll to my doctors and saying, "Here's my deed poll. Could you change my name on your system, please?" And although they changed my name really easily without any problems, they couldn't change the gender marker on my account. So I was getting some dysphoria when it came to going to the doctors, because what happens is they've got a computer screen when you go in, because rather than having like germy people with flu or whatever going to the reception area, and I mean, if we all know about the idea of wearing masks and spit, and that's how viruses are transmitted, because it's basically the delivery system for COVID. The tiny particles can't, they'll get straight through the mask, but the delivery system is spit, and when you talk to someone, you got these little tiny particles. That's how you transmit, and flu is exactly the same. It's a similar type of virus. So they don't really want that happening. So what had happened was they'd have a screen, and what you do, you put your gender, so male or female, and then you put your date of birth, and then it finds your appointment. Okay, take a seat. We'll call you when we're ready, kind of thing. And then you wait, and then the screen pings with someone's name, and it's like, go to room 5 or whatever. Well, the problem is it was causing me dysphoria to have to press the male button, and I discovered that they couldn't just change the M to an F, so they could create a new NHS number with me as an F, and then just move my old data to the new account. So that was the second time I contacted Leeds. Well, in terms of my social transition, I'm pretty much there. I live like this every day, all day. I went to town today like this. Some you may have noticed I'm not wearing a wig anymore. This is my real hair. But the most important thing to know is that things are really starting to happen now. In February of this year, I received a call from a new gender identity clinic in Manchester. So Leeds, they cover a large chunk of the north. They'll cover everything from Merseyside to Scarborough. There's one in Nottingham, there's one in Durham, I think it is. But hi Anita. But Leeds was covering a lot of area. Well, this new Manchester one, they only cover people in the Manchester area, and of course, with Manchester being so close, being a lot smaller than the entire north, the queues are shorter. And I figured that, so the way the system works, you have your screening call, you have your first assessment, then you wait, and then you have your second assessment, and on the second assessment, that's usually when they say, yes, you've got a diagnosis, and then, yes, you can take hormones and voice coaching, and laser hair removal and bits and bobs. And so your physical, your medical transition can start. Well, I figured out that thanks to COVID and that they used to say how long the wait would be, and back in the end of 2019, so this is before COVID. In the autumn, I saw that it was saying that the waiting list is 27 months. And by the end of the year, it went from 29 to 30 months, which is 2.5 years. And then COVID came along and shut all the clinics for a year. Now, I know that some are now doing it at home, which is better, easier. And of course, also, it's more comfortable to be at home. You don't have the stress of having people staring at you or something, getting on public transport to get to this, to the NHS clinic or whatever. But fortunately, Leeds website, and you know what? I think I will put it up now so you can see it. Now, I haven't looked at this for a short while. Let me center screen. I think it is. Yeah. So, if we go to the Leeds clinic here, and and where is it? Waiting times explained. So there's the screening call, and okay, so a couple of months ago, like February kind of time, this said they were looking at people that were put on their list in November of 2017. I was put on in December of 2018. So based upon what this says, it would be approximately the end or beginning of 2023-24 to get to the stage that I'm at now. So that's not entirely that's not encouraging. So yeah, if to get to the stage that I'm at now would be about approximately 2023-2024. Well, and that's that's assuming it only takes a year for the second to get the second assessment, and the chances are it's going to be about a year and a half. So, new Manchester Gender Identity Clinic opens up. I was called in February, and it was basically, can we move you from Leeds books to ours? The waiting list is shorter. Yes, please. I'm like, yeah. And I'd already known about this one, and it only opened in December of last year. So it's been open like 8 months now. And when I was contacted, they'd already dealt with over 150 people in a month and a half. So a week later, I had my screening call. Not 2 months later, a week later. And then 6 weeks after that, I had my first assessment. And I was assessed by a Wookiee. I was assessed by a chap called Dr. Luke Wookiee. It's spelled Wookey. But, I must admit I did want to do a Star Wars Raw. But I thought that might not be, Anyway, so I got my first assessment, and on the first assessment, it's like, okay, well, we need to get some blood tests done. And one of the things that's important to realise about this, the traditional transgender clinics, you go to them, and it's a specialist centre. So the waiting list times, because there's normally, if you've got something wrong with your leg or something, and let's say you've got a knee joint problem, excluding COVID, because things have been delayed and things are sort of up in the air. But in a non-COVID setting, the system, the NHS charter is effectively that they want to have someone who needs an assessment assessed within 18 weeks. And if they can't meet that 18 weeks, then they will outsource you to a private place like Bupa or something. And if you need, let's say you need surgery or something for your knee joint that's not working properly, well, again, it's another 18 weeks, by which time, they would like you to have had it done. And if they can't do it, they can outsource you to a private clinic. So, well, they don't do that for trans people. You don't wait 18 months. You wait like 3 years instead to get to your second assessment. Well, so when this new Manchester one opens, it's like the waiting lines are shorter. And the main difference with this one is that it's done on a primary care basis. It's not a specialist centre. It's done with a, in the same way as like, oh, you've got a weight problem, you go to see the hygienist. You got a foot problem, you go and see a podiatrist. That kind of thing. So it's done on a much more low-level system. Now, obviously, they're dealing with adults, and adults can make decisions for themselves, which is amazing, because that's one of the problems with the NHS for trans care. You've got to get permission to, you got to wait in order to get permission to be able to change something in your life. And, you don't get the same thing if you've got the knee problem. You don't need to get permission to, to make a change in your life where, I need to get this thing fixed, this issue that I've got sorted out, medical help to sort it. So, like I say, there's, so this new Manchester one was done. So, like I say, in 1 week I had my first my screening call. 6 weeks later I had my first assessment. And during the assessment, as I mentioned a moment ago, I was, it's like, okay, we're going to need to get a blood test so we can see what your normal hormones levels are like. So what your baseline hormone levels are like. Because, of course, if you give too much or not enough, then it doesn't really work. And also there are issues that can happen when you start taking cross-sex hormones. So if I start taking estrogen, it increases the chances of breast cancer and also blood clotting. Now, of course, we've got COVID, and there's an idea in rare cases you can get blood clotting. Well, having that and being trans could be a difficult problem. And it's one of the reasons why they like you to have a lower, a reasonable BMI if you're really obese. Well, it can be bad to be obese and have, hormones that can increase your chances of blood clots. So I'm trying to lose a load of weight. Sadly, I went and put loads of weight on over COVID. I put over 3 stone on, 3.5 stone it was approximately, which was really depressing. So I'm now trying to do something about that. So and as Anita's saying in the live chat here, there are 3 new gender identity clinics that are being worked on this pilot program of being a primary care basis system. And if it works, there could be lots of new ones opening, so that could help. So, and I've got another couple of people watching now, so I'm just sort of explaining some changes that are going on in my life, and then I'm going to get onto the modelling, so don't worry, there's modelling going on. This is just me chit-chatting for a while. So, now I had a bit of a problem. When So I've got a bit of a thyroid issue at the moment, and I'm taking levothyroxine for an overactive thyroid, and it's working fine for me. It's just a case of you just take the pills and you'll be fine, kind of thing. Well, because of the thyroid thing, they're making me get blood tests every couple of months. So when the gender doctor said, we want to get some blood from you, I said, well, look, I've already got a blood test scheduled for a couple of weeks from now. So how about you send them an email to, a note to say, tell them what you need, and while they're getting blood for their usage for the, for the thyroid, they can get it for you as well. So that was arranged, and I went and I supplied 2 vials of blood, one for the thyroid one and one for the gender identity clinic. Unfortunately, they were supposed to do a BMI check and a blood pressure check as well. Fun little thing happened that day. So I had my blood test taken on this arm. I had the blood taken on my right arm here, and when it came to, we need to do the blood check, the blood pressure, she went and put it on that arm because increasing the pressure on the arm that they've just taken blood out of. Basically, I've got a hole in my arm, and increasing the pressure can end up with things squirting. So they did it on the other arm, which I thought was amusing. Excuse me, just having a bit more drink. So by the time I realised that that there was a problem, about a month had already passed, about 6 weeks had passed, and I ended up sort of saying, like, I haven't heard anything yet. Any idea when I'm going to get my appointment for my second one? And I was told, there was a problem. They didn't take the right blood. We sent you an email and I missed it. So I arranged another blood test, and so I went and did that, and there you go. That was great. Oh, thank you very much. I got some nice makeup on today. Did quite nicely. And like I say, this is my real hair now. I'm not wearing a wig. Oh gosh, it's been so awful. So, if you can imagine, I ride a bicycle. I have the prettiest bike you have ever seen. It's gorgeous. I'll just find a picture for you. I'm going to be needing pictures because I've got to show other stuff. But I'll, before I get there. So, so with all that done, I then had my second assessment 6 weeks ago. No, it wasn't 6 weeks ago. Yes, it was 6 weeks ago. So I had where is it? Okay, just opening. There we go. Okay. So this is my bike. It is the prettiest bike that's out there, I think. And just so you know, I didn't go out of my way to buy a beautiful pink bike. I needed something that was big because I'm 6'4", I'm tall. And I needed something that had gears because, unlike most of these style bikes, Amsterdam bikes, Manchester is not flat like the Netherlands is, so I needed some gears on it. And I needed something that didn't cost £400, and many bikes of this kind of style and quality cost that kind of money. But this one was £180 from Argos. And at first it's like, I don't know, a pink bike, it's like, it's a bit too girly, because, one of the things to understand here is I don't want to be a parody, bear in mind, I lived for 45 years as a guy, or 40, bit more than that. Yeah, 45 years as a guy. So I don't want to be what a guy thinks a woman's like, if that what makes sense. I want to, I don't want to be a parody of, of womanhood, as it were. So, I was like, it's a bit too girly. And then I came upon a realization. It's like, what does that even mean? What does too girly mean? Because if we think about a sort of spectrum, and you can do it for men or women, but if you can imagine there's a spectrum where you've got tomboy over here and like really girly here, is there any reason why me as a trans woman can't be over here? No, of course not. So we're, looking like, Audrey Hepburn on a beautiful bike, in a pretty dress, it's like, yeah, there's no reason why I can't do that. So, but like I say, and I get compliments, honestly. I was in the middle of Manchester today, and I saw a lady go by, and she sort of looked at my bike, and she went, "Oh, it's so pink," and she was smiling and happy in it, So, like I say, so yeah, what was I saying? So that's right. Yeah, back to the new gender identity clinic. So with the blood test out of the way, taken, arrangement for the second assessment happened, and I was diagnosed with gender incongruence, which basically means that the way I think of myself isn't the same as what my body was built as. If we think about it in a Transformers style, that I feel like I'm a race car, but I've got a crappy old banger instead. So, well, there's no reason why you can't polish it up and sort of do the engine up a bit to make it a bit faster, I suppose. So I'm basically rebuilding myself, in the way that I see myself. So now there was an amusing little thing, because I mentioned a little while ago the way that on the NHS I'm female. Well, one of the things that happens, certainly when you get older, one of the things they like to do is, test on people. So guys, when you get to 50, they start really worrying about your prostate, because a lot of guys get it. A lot of guys get prostate cancer, and they keep quiet about it, and next thing you know, it's something that can't be cured, and lots of men die from this. And so, if you feel something's not quite working right, then go and see your doctor. So for the letters that you get are based upon your gender marker on your account. So one of the things that I've got, and it's a rite of passage and it's a rite of passage for all trans women, believe me, is the letter inviting you to go for a cervical smear. Well, obviously, I don't have a cervix to smear, so I don't need a test for that. But equally, a trans man, so someone who was born female but becomes male, transitions to being male, they're male on the system, so they will get prostate letters, but won't get the cervical one. Well, of course, if they still have a cervix, then they have to be more careful. Equally, I still have a prostate, and so fortunately, when you start taking the estrogen, mine will shrink, and so the chances of me getting prostate cancer are infinitesimal. However, it will increase my chance of getting breast cancer. because there's more breast tissue to possibly get cancerous. Well, anyway, I'm rambling a bit too much. I want to get onto modelling in a moment. But when I had my assessment, the doctor screen shared my blood stuff, and of course most of it, you look at it and it makes no sense at all. But there were all these red lines on it. And the red lines are basically the way the system works is if there's something that's not looking good, they highlight it in red. So it's, like, yes, this person's got the blood as, well, of course, in my case, it basically said this person has got far too much testosterone for a woman. Well, obviously, because I wasn't taking, wasn't taking hormones. So, but fortunately for me, I take a medicine called amitriptyline. And amitriptyline has lowered my testosterone because it's got an anti-androgen, so it blocks the testosterone a bit. So a normal man has somewhere, sort of 25 to 50 range, I think, if I remember correctly, of testosterone. Mine was 8.8, so it's really low. And once I had the diagnosis of, of gender incongruence, it's like, okay, we need to put you on hormones now, and we're gonna, and effectively you start low and then you gradually increase your dose. So, so what happened was, it was the Thursday that I had my assessment, and a week later I phoned up my doctor, and I said, or the doctor's surgery, and I said, hi there. So I was diagnosed with gender incongruence, and it's been recommended for me to take hormones. I'm just wondering what's happening at your end towards, when I might get them. And so the guy, sort of went upstairs to see the surgery pharmacist, and came down a couple of minutes later and said, "Yep, we're going to have it sent straight to your pharmacy where I pick it up, which is just Boots." And also I'm going to be taking something called finasteride. Finasteride is actually given for people who've got prostate problems, actually, but it also blocks testosterone a bit. Not a full-on testosterone blocker, but it's does a bit. And because my testosterone is already low, my doctor has basically said that by taking finasteride, that will lower it further, which means that I probably won't need to take a testosterone blocker, a full one. And one of the problems with testosterone blockers is that they can cause arrhythmia, so you get an erratic heartbeat, and high potassium levels, and things like that. It's basically, it does one thing, but it's got side effects to it. So but I'm taking that, and one of the useful things of it is that if you can look at the top of my head, you can see that I'm a little bit thin. I'm not bald, but I'm certainly able to get a suntan on the top of my head. Well, the testosterone you have in is what causes male pattern baldness. Now that my testosterone is low and going to be going even lower, that means that hopefully the hairs on the top of my head, it's possible that they're dead, but it's also possible that they're dormant. So although they're there, the testosterone wasn't causing them to produce the hair. I'm hoping, very much hoping, that this will reignite the ones that are dormant. Hopefully they're dormant, not dead, and so hopefully it'll start to regrow a bit. So it's a matter of time. It's just waiting now. But and then the other one that I'm on, this is the Sandrina, and these are gel capsules. So I'll open one up so you can open it up so you can have a look. And they are these little capsules of gel. I have joked they look like Wrigley's, but all you do is you just rip it off a bit, and they say to put it on a thigh or the flanks of your back or something like that. And so I just knead it out on my leg, and then I use that part of my arm to rub it all in, and then that's it. You just make sure that I have a shower beforehand. Oh my god, yeah, that's why I stopped the wig. It was really hard because riding my bike and being overweight, 21 and a half stone I got to. I was about 17 and 3/4 before lockdown. In sort of like the January, I think it was, or December of 2019 into 20. And next thing I know, I weigh myself 6 months later, or sorry, a year later, and I'm 21. Well, at least I think I was 21, because it only went to 20 on my scales, and then it sort of went to 0 again, and it went over the 1, and so it's like, apparently I was 21 and a half stone, which is quite worrying. So I'm now reducing my food intake now, and trying to get a little bit of exercise as well. So I've now got the finasteride, and I've been on it for a month, and I haven't really noticed a lot happening yet, except for the skin here is actually a lot softer than it used to be. So I'm gonna have to start using a moisturizer to protect the thinner skin. So so that's basically what's gone on. So I've now been diagnosed, and my social transition's been going on for a year, for a couple of years now, and my medical transition has begun. So I've got another year on. If I decide to get surgery, which I don't really want to talk about, but if I decide to get surgery, I've got to be taking HRT for a year. So, plenty of time to think about things. I already know what I'm going to do, but, what goes on with my genitals is my doctor's, importance. I don't want to be telling everybody that kind of stuff. I'm sure you wouldn't want to talk about your genitals, so, But, yeah, like I say, it was so hard with lockdowns, because riding a bike when overweight, I was getting a bit puffed out, and then I was wearing a wig as well, and then I was having to put a mask on and blowing the hot air, because of course your mouth and your nose is what bleeds off the hot air in you, and so I was just cooking. I mean, it would be December, and I'm wearing a coat with a sleeveless dress, and I'm like literally got sweat pouring off me. It's amazing how many people gave me a wide a wide berth. Maybe they thought, oh my gosh, why is this person sweating like crazy when it's December, and maybe they've got COVID, so which is fine. So yeah, and also I've got agoraphobia, which is why I don't go out very much, which is why I don't get a lot of exercise. But I still do have a little bit of a food-mouth interface problem, which is I keep shoveling too much food in this thing. So that's it. That's the transition stuff. Stuff is going really nicely for me. My social transition has started, and it's all good. So as you can imagine, I have been a little bit distracted of late. So back. So when it comes to modelling stuff, so I have been really, really bad. I have to be in the mood to do modelling in order to get my best work. If I'm not in the right mood, I end up doing sloppy work, and I don't want to do sloppy work. So I have projects that I've started, but I haven't managed to get around to doing the finishing part yet. One of them is for Nita here. So, I've been working on some coaches for her. I've got some, some lighting in them as well. I created a circuit board and bits of wire. It's all falling apart here because I've just taken the body off and moved stuff around. But I'll fix that later. But I've also one of the big things that I did several months ago, last year I bought a 3D printer, and I'd bought a 3D printer several years before. I'll find a picture of it for you, but it was a complicated one. It was something called a RepRap Pro Mendel, and it was effectively it was there it is. So it was this thing. So I had to build it. And the idea behind it is all these white pieces, those are 3D printed parts. So it was a kit that you build. And then you've got, sort of bar and bolts and threaded bar. This is threaded bar here, which is your vertical. So what you've got here at the bottom, that's your bed, and that would move backwards and forwards like that. This piece here, that goes up and down. So there you got the two stepper motors there, which go to a bit of silicon, and then it grips the metal, the threaded bar here, and that is the up and down. And then this stepper motor here has the belt going around, and that's your side to side. And then this here is your hot end. So it goes in there, it goes around the tube, it goes down the hot end, and would be squirted out the bottom. The problem with this kind of rig is that it was really, really hard to get it to, stable. It was hard to get it straight and flat and working properly. It was hard to get it leveled properly. And so what was happening was it would be printing something, and then it would, the printing, it wasn't coming out. Maybe because it had dropped, so it was like printing, and then it, but either way, it stopped printing and it was doing stuff in the air and stuff. So it was following the trail of where it needed to print. It just didn't have the stuff coming out and going on the bed. So I, took it apart and put it back together and tried straight, leveling it up and things like that. And I tried about 4 or 5 times. And in the end, it's like, oh, this is just, this is a geek thing. I'm not really, this is a geek toy. And I'm not really that technically minded for such things. If you got someone that's really into that kind of thing, they'd have no problems. Oh, you just need to do this, you just need to do that, and it'll be fine. So I bought it for 500 and ended up selling it for 250. Which was a bit sad, but this kind of thing happens. So I went and bought myself a new 3D printer, and that is let me just find one. So I've got something called an Anycubic Photon S, and okay, why didn't that open? Okay, some reason. Okay, let's just try a picture. Come on, open. Okay. So this is the one that I got, and so this works differently. So there's two types of 3D printer in general. You've got the other one where it let me just come out of this again. So you got the PLA ones, which are, you have a reel of plastic. It's a form of plastic, and what happens is it gets heated up and squirted out. So if you can imagine, that sort of big cone-shaped things that you make cakes out of, and you sort of squeeze the top, and the stuff comes out the bottom, and you swirl it around and whatever to write someone's name. And by the way, never ever name your child Clint and get a cake done with their name, because when you have a C and an L, it comes out like the C word, which doesn't look very good on a cake. You need lots of space to make sure you don't make that mistake. But anyway, so so the idea is that a PLA one, you've got a heated bed, and it goes and puts the layers on, and then it goes up a little bit and puts a layer on, and goes up a little bit and puts a layer on, and so on, and it basically builds up a layer. If you think about it like Lego bricks, that you print, you put on the layer, the pieces, and it goes up and up and up. And, if you're trying to make a tower or a shape of something, you're layering on all the bricks. The only problem is that the resolution isn't so great. It's not. I mean, you can use it, but you might be getting, let's say, 10 or 15 or 20 layers per millimeter. So usually it's about maybe 10 layers per millimeter, which might sound really good. That's it's 1/10 of a millimeter. But the problem is that when you've got the PLA that goes on, it goes on almost like a tube. So it shrinks on the edges. So what you end up with is like the Michelin Man. You end up with like a raspy side, because you can see each layer. It's almost like if you use your fingers like that, and you can imagine where it dips in, like that. So I mean, I had one done. The first 3D print I had done was with a PLA printer, and you could run your fingernail on it, and you'd hear like I need a drink to do it because my mouth's dry at the back. It'd be like you can feel the ripples on it. The printer I've got is a different one. This is a resin printer. So what you've got is a bath of resin that sits at the bottom here, and at the bottom of it, it's got a clear panel. And underneath, under this area here, it's got a UV LCD screen. And what it does is you pour the resin in, and the resin is UV sensitive. So think of it a bit like a photograph, that the paper is light sensitive, and when you take the photo, you expose the light sensitive film to the light going through the lens and bouncing on the back of the plate, and then then it closes again, and then when you print it out, it prints out the photo, because it's been exposed to the light in certain degrees. So for example, the different colours that you have. So when you see your negatives, if you're looking at something like Intercity, the stripe is red. The red stripe is green, because it's the opposite end of the spectrum. So this works in a similar way. The resin is UV sensitive, and what happens is this plate at the top, that goes down, and then it exposes the resin to the light, and then this goes up a bit, and then it goes down and puts it to the next layer down, and then exposes that to light, and then goes up and comes down, and then gets the third layer exposed to the light. And this does 40 layers per millimeter, which is really fine detail. So I'm able to do some very, very fine work. It cost £300 when I got mine. I think it was like 316 or something, and that's a reasonable price. The only problem is it's got a very small bed. If we look at the specifications, where is it? Let's have a look. What's this say? technical specification. Suggested layer thickness 0.01 millimeters to 0.2 millimeters. So it's very precise, and it means that I can make drawings. But the problem is that there's not a lot of space on it. It's not a big picture. You can see there's the build volume, 23 millimeters by 20 millimeters. 23 centimeters by 20 centimeters by 400 centimeters. So it's not very big. So, you know, it's really good for small detail parts. And yeah, but it's a good printer. I'm really pleased with it. So what, you know, I bought it in February last year, but I didn't get around to properly trying it out until the start of this year. And the reason was, having spent ages and ages, you know, trying to level the first one, I decided, you know what, I'll do it when I got time. Because when I already know how to do something, I'm good at just doing it. When it comes to learning something new, and I know that I'm going to have to concentrate and focus my mind on it, I'll sort of put it off and I'll do it later, and then, you know. So I did struggle with it. You know, so I just struggled to sort of, like, you know, it sat around in a box, and I sort of, like, you know, I'll do it next week or next month or whatever. And then I had a project to work on, and I wasn't really happy about how things were going with it. And you know, I mean, I do work for people on the here and there, and it you know, I had some plans, but I wasn't able to further them. So so one of the projects that I've had on my table for a very long time is a class 3177. Now, the 317s are an EMU type, you know, mainly Anglia region, and there's two versions of them as well. So you've got the original style ones, which were built in the early 80s. These got very flat ends, and they've got like a box at the top with the horns there, and the windows on the side are like, if you can just see, it's like a rectangle hopper that pops in and out. So, you know, they're good units, and they're based upon the Mark III coach. They're a shorter version of it. They're equivalent of a 64-foot long vehicle, and you know, these are like what Class 150s are made of. Class 150s, you know, 317, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 455s, 456s are all done in this with this type body shell. And so, but and then the second type are the 3172, and these are basically Class 150s, electric 4-car Class 150, 152. So you can see how it's got, you know, sort of, you know, kind of like a cowling around the outside. So you can get a model kit of one of these, and it's made out of, you know, plastic sides, roof, and ends, and then the front end is clear plastic. Now, I was asked to do one, and but I sort of said, you know, I'd love to do a 3177, and these are this is the Class 3177, and they were originally converted. So this is one of the early versions with the sort of more flat ends, but it had a new sort of roof, a cab roof built with a headlight in it, and it's got new headlights in it. So, so what my original intention was to do the physical work to build up the cab, but when it came to the headlights, my plan was to go to a sign writer and get some ovals cut for me, about 0.5 mil, rims. Unfortunately, when I'd done the drawing and sent them off, I went through. It was 19 or 20 different sign writers, in the area and all, several places around the country, and nobody was prepared to do it because the 507 508s are different versions. They're similar. But they're sort of lower on the roof and flatter on the roof, and the angles at the sides are more angled. 313s, 314s, 315s, 507, 508 of that type. So yeah, I couldn't get the ovals printed, and I think what it came down to, they do signs, so they're used to doing, they're used to, printing out a letter T that's like that big, and I'm asking them to do something that's that big. So they're all like, yeah, that's just too much arsing around for something tiny. So no one was prepared to do it. And of course, with COVID going on, I couldn't go to somewhere like Fab Lab and use their vinyl cutter to cut my own. So as a result, I kind of stalled with that. And then I had this idea, you know what? Maybe I should get the 3D printer working so that I can fabricate the parts that I need to get it working. And so I did. I made some. I made some ovals, and the ovals are just 0.02 millimeters thick. 0.2 millimeters thick. So they're really small. 0.2 of a millimeter. 0.2 of a millimeter thick, which is, like I say, it's very, very fine work. And and also these window frames at the top, where the destination blind is, they're curved on the later version at the top, so I had to sort of carve them out. The Y-pack lights that are built onto it, I basically scraped it all clean, polished it down with very, very fine grades of wet and dry, and built in the I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen when I'm not showing it you, and I'm going to open up another one as well in a second, but so the let's just move that away from remote. Now the way that I'm doing it is in this form. So it's basically white. It's National Express white and silver, with dark grey roofs and a sort of dark blue and dark blue windows at the bottom. So, and like I said, this is the first version, which have got the later hopper window design with a flat roof. The other thing that's different about them is they've got air conditioning pods on them. So if you see there, and it's actually been really difficult because you can't really just like nip down to the local railway line because nothing's been running, and they're a bit too far away for me. So I've had to work off photos like this and sort of, okay, well that looks like it's circular and these are, so I've had to use photos like this. So what I did was I created, excuse me, I got an ambulance going by, let's take a quick drink. So I created 3D printed pods and the headlights and the lights there and the little ovals on the top, and let me just find a picture. Go on, open up. There we go. So not the best of pictures because it's really hard to photograph these pieces. But you can just see there, those are the ovals on the right for the headlights. There's the little tiny ovals at the top there for the one above the cab. So so the one here, and then there's the roof pods here. And then, if you remember, I said that the plastic for these, it's clear at the end, and then you just like mask up the windows and headlights, and then spray it with your yellow or whatever. So you can see how the headlights are, you know, three. That's an ambulance. I think the other one was a police car. So you can see how you've got these three lights. Well, that's what these pieces are in the back. So the idea is that I'll paint them black, and I'll glue them. Or I'll actually be using gloss medium, which is what it's not gloss paint. It's gloss medium. So it's kind of gummy, and you add it to a matte paint if you want it to be gloss. It's easier than just like painting. There's more control that way. So yeah, like I say, these are the headlights that will go behind. So they'll be painted black. I'll put some gloss medium on, and then you just shine LED lights through it. So that's one of the things that I've been doing there. And I've got some other little pieces. So for example, these are class 37 nose clips. So actually, before I do that, I have now got the work done for these. So these are I've just put the masking tape, but I need to put the rest of the masking tape on because I'm gonna redo the white. It was a bit grainy, so I've gone and rubbed it down with some wet and dry, and I'm going to put a second coat of white on to bring it back up. But you can see there's the silver, and if I just I've got to tweak the autofocus here, but if I point that at the camera, and then so what I've got here is Marscoll that's in where the window where the headlight window frames are, and then the same for the headlights themselves, and then we've got the light at the top, which is just going to be an LED there. So yeah, it's about hard to show straight, but yeah, that kind of gives you an idea. So the only thing I'm not very happy with, and it's not so much me being unhappy, because this is the first time. Oh, sorry, let's turn the autofocus back on. This is the first time I've painted with enamel paints for a very long time. I usually try to mix my own cellulose paint because it's far more forgiving, but this hasn't been too bad. Metallics take less time to dry. They can be dry in like maybe 6 to 8 hours, rather than a day before you can put masking tape on again. So yeah, I just need to put some masking tape to hide the silver. The problem I don't like about it is the silver just looks too bright. And when you look at the photos of the real thing, when we look at the real thing, that doesn't look so silver. That looks much more grey. It's much dark. It looks more dark. But I've just used the pots that I've just got an enamel pot full of National Express silver. It just doesn't look right to me. But hopefully it'll look all right when it's done. It just, I don't know. It just doesn't look right. And it could just be the way that the light works on it. In model form, it doesn't look quite as good. So I'm just not terribly keen on it. The problem is I've got to use that colour, because if they buy another unit and paint it that colour, then mine would look odd. So yeah, that's a bit of a niggle. So yeah, so that's that. Another thing that I've been doing. Oh, sorry, I mentioned the nose clips. So, class 37s, the centre head code ones, often, most of the time, in fact, I've got another big pile of pictures that I downloaded recently. So, diesel. Hang on, did I put coaches in there? Oh, I'm going to say move coaches in the loco section. So class 37, 37.0. Let's look at welfare distribution. That'll do. So most centre head code ones, like this one here, have got these little clips above the head code box, so you can find a better, closer picture. Okay, that's okay. So they've got these, like I say, little clips. If I remember correctly, they're a Great Western thing or something. But either way, they're on them, and not all Beckman models come with them on. So if I wanted to do repaints, and for an example, one of the repaints that I'm going to be doing, I don't know why I went that far back. One of the locos I want to do is 37216 in BR green, so it's like retro green, and at one end it has no nose clips, but on the other end it does. So yeah, it's like, oh, okay, well, this is a problem. And buying a new set of ends just because they've got nose clips on seemed to be a bit silly. So I bought a few nose ends which had nose clips on, and now I've gone and drawn my own up. The problem that you get with this is that it's really hard to photograph items that are so skinny, and that's the problem. They are so thin. This was a vent that didn't go right, and I'd done it flat. And these are some test pieces for some wagons. So one of the types of wagons that I want to model are some Albright and Wilson V tanks. Modelling Albright and Wilson. So they're the turquoise tanks that used to operate the Corkicle to I forgot where it was now, North Kent area. Essex area, rather, and it's these circular valves on the side, and I've also got to do details underneath because they're different to normal PCAs. So I created those, and so yeah, that's what these are. And what happens is you get some things that have, if you put it vertically, it works well in one way, and angled, it works well a different one. So something like this, I can make, I can print these out in 40 minutes. So it's not too bad. I put them 4 millimeters off the floor. That's one of the early roof pod designs. That was an accident I had on a Class 117 that I bought. So I use something called methyl ethyl ketone, and it's a liquid solvent, and it's like water. Effectively, and what all you do is, let's say you're making a wagon kit or something, you can put the two sides together, paint on the crack, and it will seep in there and secure it tight. Well, I was going to be renumbering a loco, and when I went to do it, I noticed that the paintbrush I was using was a bit stiff because it'd obviously been used in mech before. So I decided, well, what I'll do is I'll just, put it in the mech, and you can move the bristles again, and it's perfect. Unfortunately, what happened was, this is just an old plastic weld bottle. So what happened was I unscrewed the cap, and when I lifted it, the threads kind of caught a little bit. So, sort of like that. And as I lifted it, it fell off and bounced and splashed over my brand new model. All I was going to do was change the numbers on it. So a couple of expletives later, it's like, So, and you can see how it's spilled off the top, but mainly it's gone and damaged the paint job. It also went on the windows, and it's nigh impossible to get them clean and clear after that. So I was in a bit of a bind. Fortunately, someone on the DMU forum announced that he was converting one into a Bachmann Class 117, and of course this is 271 quid's worth of model here. Well, he was going to convert one into a Class 117, and as a result of that, he had some spare parts, which were the body shells and the centre car. And so so I was fortunate enough to get in there, and I bought the body shells off him. So those two, which now gives me the glazing and the centre car. Now I have some plans ahead, because I'm always like 5 steps ahead of things that I want to do. So earlier this year, Helgen announced that they're going to be doing a new Class 104. And one of the units that I want to do is a Class 104 121 DTS pairing. So when you hear DTS, I suspect you probably have in your mind a a bubble car, you know, a single car unit with a cab at each end, basically an old version of a Class 153. So we're talking we're talking about one of these. Let's make these a bit bigger. So this has a cab at one end and a cab on the other end as well. Single unit. Well, there are a small number, and I think it was maybe 5 or 10, which were a DTS, and a driving trailer standard. So if we look at this one here, you can see it hasn't got an engine underneath. All the all the Class 117s that Bachmann do, all have the engines underneath. Well, this one doesn't. So, when it comes to these body shells that I bought, where I damaged my with the one that I damaged, this one, the body shells were fine, other than a little bit of some very slight markings, which I was able to just rub down with a bit of wet and dry. Other than that, they stripped right down to the original plastic. They're in perfect condition. But I've damaged the glazing. So I really only bought the centre car and the brake vehicle for the glazing, because in order to make one of these, you've got to get rid of all the stuff underneath. Well, if you so remember what this looks like. So you've got a big tank and a battery box, and I think that's the heating element or something. Now if we go to the 117, that was southeast. Find a good shot. Let's try that one. So you can see that, you know, they've got a whole engine, stuff like that. Well, if we look at the body shell for the for this vehicle is exactly the same as the DTS. But if we look at the did I have details? Let's have a look. So if we look at the DTS here, you can see, oh gosh, that was a bit too big. You can see how it's got the battery box and the cylinder, and you know, it's the same. So effectively, a DTS is the centre car with a driving vehicle on the top, with no with no brake compartment. So it's basically this vehicle here on this chassis. So by getting that chassis and the driving so if I take this and put that body shell on the top of it, effectively I've got a DTS. So yeah, that's a DTS. So it works just perfectly for that. And the unit that I'm doing is if I DMU first gen, Helgen modeling. So Helgen are doing a 117, sorry, class 104, and this is the one I'm doing. L263, 53540, and then there's your DTS. So I've got this vehicle now. All I've got to do is get the 104 when it comes out, and that will give me that unit. So I'm already thinking ahead, because one of the nice things about the Network Southeast time that I do, in the late 80s into the early 90s, before the 1.5, as you had lots of weird stuff going on. You had 101s and 108s and 104s, but 104s paired with 108s, and all sorts of different arrangements. So I'm going to buy 2 boxes. One will be a pair of 104s. In fact, I think that's a DTS at the front there. So you got a 104 pair with the DTS on as well. So this is a 104 pair. So I'll buy 2 104s in Network Southeast, probably, and I'll drop one vehicle, the dummy vehicle, and use the Bachmann DTS conversion that I was using for the other one. Something that's interesting to notice with the 104s, though, the ones that operated in London, both vehicles are brake vehicles. They've both got the brake compartment in. And that, the models that are coming out, the ones that will have a Network Southeast will be 2 brake vehicles. One will be a dummy brake and one will be a powered brake, I presume. I mean, unless they put a motor in both of them, because they both have motors, engines in them. Yes, Anita, you welcome to give me a call. So I do have a slight problem, though, as I don't want things to go to waste. So if I buy a 2-car set and I've got a dummy brake, driving brake standard vehicle, so a DMB, well, that vehicle's going to go to waste. What am I going to do with it? So I'm thinking of a different option, and that is that I'll buy a blue-grey or plain blue or whatever ones are around. I'll buy a 2-car set where it's got, a brake and a trailer, trailer toilet. So a DM SL. That would be driving, motor, brake. Standard L for lavatory. This vehicle here is a driving, motor, brake, standard, class 1. Or you can get DMC, which would have first class compartment on. So the idea here is to maximise the usefulness out of it, because one of the other vehicles that I would like to do is a Sandite vehicle that was converted out of a units. This was a Buxton based trailer that could be coupled up to another unit or even a loco, I suppose, and it's a Sandite vehicle, so it'll squirt the Sandite on the tracks to give the trains grip in the winter. Well, this is made out of a DTS, a driving trailer, standard, and then there's the toilet. So if I buy a blue or blue-grey or whatever one is the cheapest, all I've got to do is paint the other vehicle in Network Southeast and paint this one up like this. So it's it's just an option. There's something a bit different than the norm. imagine a Class 31 pulling this, because of course if you've watched me enough, you'll know that I'm not the kind of I've gone and bought so much stuff over the years that I'm doing like 3 different regions effectively. I'm doing sort of, the East Coast Main Line, West Coast Main Line, and Great Western type stuff. So when I want to run my railway as a Great Western type thing, I can use the 117s and 121, 104, and then later 165, 166. But if I'm doing something in the northwest, well, I can use this vehicle, as a Sandite vehicle, and being hauled around by a 37 or something, or maybe another unit, like a 101 or something. So, or 108. So, yeah, that's the plan that I've got there. So it provides the maximum amount of usage, and I'll give you an example where I've done this elsewhere. So if we look at my model list, and we scroll down to units, almost there. So yeah. So if we look at the Network Southeast stuff, so blue are ones that I've got, pink are ones that I want, and you can see here there's that DTS, and it's not an SL at all. I don't know why I've got DTSL on. Save. So there's the Network Southeast vehicle with the DTS, and then down here is the 2-car 104, because these are the classes. Well, likewise, in order to avoid having a sort of mismatch of things, we can see here some units that I've got. So I'm doing a pair of Leeds based a couple of Leeds based units, but if you look, they're 101, 108, 108 with a destination blind, and a 108 with a box head code, and a 101. So what I've done is basically taken that one. So if you can imagine, I've got a 2-car 101, and I've gone and taken this vehicle and put it there, and I've taken that vehicle and put it here. I've now got 2 hybrids, and nothing goes to waste. So this is centre car, and it's one that I modified as well. So if we look at models and my models and units, these are my 108 and 101 units. So I've got a 2-car 108, a 3-car 108, 2 2-car 108s, but these are trailers. So this one's a motor and a motor. So this is a driving motor standard, brake standard. And then this one is a driving motor standard toilet, so DMSL. This one, because 3-car sets need two powered vehicles for a 3-car set or a 4-car set. So this one is a driving motor brake standard. This one is a driving motor standard toilet, so DMSL. Or it could be a DMCL with, the white, the yellow stripe on it. And this one here is a unique vehicle that I converted by taking a body shell from from one vehicle, basically chopping it there, and then taking a brake section from a different vehicle and putting a brake section. So that's a hybrid unit, because you can't get a model of one of these. This is a DMBS. a T trailer, B second toilet. So and this is one that I converted, and then these two top ones here, these two here are 108 trailers. So these are power, and these are power trailers, or power twin, power triple, power trailer. So we've got a driving, motor, standard. Sorry, try again. A driving, motor, brake, standard. And then this one is a driving trailer because it hasn't got an engine under it. Standard, toilet. And then the same there. And then finally at the top it's a 101. Now, in order to do, as you saw with the model list, if we look here, so I'm just going to move it to the side. I'll move it. It's never going to be in the in the right place. So if we look, we've got the 101, 108, 108. So for this set here, so if we look, this is the TBSL, so trailer brake standard toilet. DMCL, although it's more like a DMSL. That's the 108, and then this one is the 101 vehicle. So the idea is that that one and that one is one unit. That's the 101s at the end. Look, so that's those two. And then these and those two are the 108. So it's just a case of swapping these two vehicles over to have two hybrid sets. And if you want to see what that looks like in real life, then we go to units, first generation, first gen, and when I need 101 and modeling, and then it is so this unit here, which is there's the 101 trailer, so driving trailer, and then there's the class 108 because you can see how the doors are a lot deeper, and that's the motor vehicle. So there's one hybrid, and then the other one is so these aren't really very good pictures because this is from either the individual vehicles when they worked out of the South Wales, sort of like Swansea kind of thing. This is the one that I'm going to model it as. Now, unfortunately, I've got to do a bit of a repaint because the on some of them they've got a little less grey than others, and you can see how this has got the doors from a different unit, and the grey goes lower. So so unfortunately on my model, the grey goes down to here, which means I'm going to have to do a partial repaint to make it shorter. But either way, it will look like that. So there's the 108, there's the 108 TBSL with the brake section there, and then we've got the 101 brake. And if we go to the 108s and modelling, and so this is one of the vehicles. However, this is before it got the 101 in it, and they used to just move things around all the time, but this one is a 108 motor, driving motor. This one has the brake in it, and this one has the brake in it, so it's got two brake vehicles in, which is a bit different, but that's what mine's going to be like as well. And the reason why they made these vehicles in the middle was that there were a small number of units introduced in the 60s, 50s, 60s, period when there were 4-car sets. So what you had was 2 motor vehicles, one at each end, and the brake, the guard needs to be sort of roughly in the centre of the train, and so they can keep an eye on all the doors and make sure all the doors are closed, because you don't want doors flapping around and when a train's moving, as you can imagine, that could be dangerous. And so that's where the brake was in the centre. So you can imagine that would have a trailer vehicle, and then that vehicle would be there. So yeah. Now, one of the other things that I've done recently. So if we look at the model list, this here is one that I modified. So this is a 118, and if we look at a class 118, they're made by different. Oh, that's second gen. If we look at a 108, they are basically the same thing. They just have a more curved roof on the headcode box. So if we look at the headcode box at the top, it's quite curved. Whereas if we look at a 117, did I? No. If we look at a class 117, they're kind of flat on the top. They have a bit of a curve on the corner, but generally they're kind of flat, and then they go up, and this one is slightly lower. But this is so I wanted a blue-grey triple car, 3-car set of this style, and I thought, you know what, I could buy a blue-grey one. I didn't need any blue-grey 117s, but I did want to have a blue-grey 118, and so having this allows me to convert it. And if I show you some more work I did for someone, just very quick repaint. Okay, that's not it. I know it's on here somewhere. Here's the work that I started, and you can see I've gone and curved a new roof and filed it to shape, bit of plasticard up there, and then painted, and ultimately it came out like this. So quite satisfactory. I still needed to put the windscreen wipers back on at this time, but I was able to convert a 116 into a 117. Excuse me, other way around. A 117 into a 116. I still need to change the blinds and some other little items, but generally that's done. And as you saw, this is the damage that was done when the paint was removed from. So the glazing is knackered, or chunks of the glazing is knackered, and the roof just had like some bits of stains and bits, a bit of wet and dry, and that all came off. So they're in perfect condition now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint them. I couldn't have them. I couldn't have them as because I damaged the paint job. I wasn't going to go and try and repaint the whole thing. So what I've decided to do is do a Ridge Railways liveried one. So like this. And 117 was the first generation DMU painted into Ridge Railways livery. What was a little bit different on them, which I think probably people took for granted once after it was done, they put fluorescent stripe on the edge of the door handle, the edge of the door, so that if the door was open and wasn't properly secured, then a guard could look down and see the yellow striping on the end and go, oh, someone hasn't locked the door properly, go down and secure it. Just taking a drink. So when it comes to those body shells and the centre car I got, the centre car and one of the driving vehicles in Network South East, that becomes my DTS. And then the centre car and the driving car, that can I can use the glazing to fix the one that I damaged, which I will now paint in this livery. So I've now got, until I paint it anyway, I will have a Region Railways liveried 117, and nobody else has got one of these yet, unless someone else has already painted one. I haven't seen one. So yeah, and you can see here, look, there's the box on the roof. Can you see it's much more flat there? So the conversion was very easy, and in every other sense, all these boxes are exactly the same. So it's an easy conversion to do. So and then other things that I've been doing, again, more 3D printed parts. So these are some drawings that I did for their air brake pistons on coaches, and there's two versions of them. I'll just take you up to this because I did drawings, and it makes more sense when you look at a drawing. So that's what these are. Now, there is a slight thing that I've learned since then, and bear in mind that these are tiny. I mean, you're talking like, about the size of, a ballpoint pen, is like, the end piece where the ink comes out. They're about that big. They're very, very small. But you get these under things like Mark 1 coaches. And if you remember a couple of years ago now, I took it to the last Wally show, I converted this. And that uses, if you can look under there, you can see that's one of the pistons that I made. Now, and the way that I made it was yes. Hello, Neil. So in order to make one of those, what I did was I took a piece of plastic sprue from a model airplane kit, and then and then I took some half mil. I think it was 20 thou or 10 thou. I think it was 10 thou. I think it might have been 20 actually. But I basically cut a strip of about 1mm, half millimeter thick, and then I basically used the mech, and then so if you can imagine, let's use this for the actually let's use this as the tubes. So if you can imagine, actually no, I will use this after all. So if we imagine there's your tube, what I did was I took the strip and I sort of glued it on the top and just like left it for 15 minutes to dry, and then I would glue and then peel down and then glue, and so I ended up with the rim around the edge, which is like the real thing has. And then and then if you can see, it's like a straight piece of tube with the piston arm coming out, and that's what actuates the rods and things that control the brakes. Well, to do this, so when you get like a piece of wire, so imagine the kind of bell wire that you would use to go from the track to your DCC bus. So if of course, what you've got is the metal wire, spun on the inside, and then you've got the plastic sleeve around it. So all I do is just take, you can get steel rod with a plastic sleeve on it in the similar sense. So all I do is I take my modelling scalpel and I just sort of rotate it, and then remove the end sleeve off, and then removed the bit on the end as well. So what you've got, if you can imagine, is a straight piece with, with a bit of sleeve on like this, or rather a bit of sleeve like that. And then I drilled a hole into the original piece of rod with the strip around the edge of it, and then inserted it into it. So you've now got the tube part, and then you've got, that's the piston part that slides backwards and forwards to actuate, the V hangers. So that was how I did that, which, is brilliant and everything, and it looks really nice. You can see there's the other one. And it's got, this is a dual braked one, so it's got the air brake distributor and the tank at the back, and then that air goes to the pistons. And so if the train is being used under vacuum brake conditions, it can use the vacuum brake pump here. And if it's being used under air brake conditions, then it will use the pistons here and here to apply the brakes on and off. And then here I've just got a piece of brass, scrap brass, that I just wrapped around the dynamo to feed it behind, and it literally just sort of like finishes here or something, and just goes around like that, and looks like the dynamo's attached to something, even though it isn't. So, well, it took me about an hour and a half to do 2 pistons. And that's like waiting for things to dry, so that I can then start rolling the strip on the end and so on. Well, when it comes to when it comes to things like these, and this is what the piston actually looks like. I've actually made it a bit too long with that. And your piston is in that hole there. So with this 3D print design, I can make, loads of them. Instead of spending an hour making a pair, I could make 50 pairs on, with the 3D print. So if we look at these, so there's the straight version and there's the coned version, and you can see you can see the detail here. That's pretty small. So one of the things that I had a problem with was with the 3D printing. So can you see how you can see the ripples here? This is where I think it's gone and shrunk a little bit. This hasn't come out perfectly. It's pretty damn good, but it hasn't come out perfectly. And one of the problems that I was facing is that I was making a drawing like this, but when it came out on but when I put it through the slicing software, so when you've got a 3D printer, effectively what it does is it makes slices of each layer, which each layer gets cured in the 3D printer and hardens, and then it lifts it up and does the next layer. So for every single layer, it needs to know what the layer is going to be, which part needs to be done. I mean, if you look at this, if we look at the one on the right, it's effectively a polo-shaped piece, and then when it gets to this point here, it becomes, there's an outer polo rim, and then an inner one, but also this piece here. So for this level, it will only do this ring, and we'll go up and then do another ring and another ring and another ring. But for each layer, it will also put the bolts there. But it was annoying, because what was happening was I would draw it in the 3D software and it would be perfectly fine, but when I put it into the slicer software that is called Chitterbox, some things were coming out in faceted. So I'm trying to remember, did I put it here? No, I didn't. Okay, I gotta find something. Let's move that out of the way for a second. So here's an example of something that didn't work properly. So what would happen is that's the shape that I drew, but when I put it into Chitterbox, it was making it faceted. It was, you know, you can see especially on the bottom bits here, it looks something like an octagon or something. So instead of it being just a cylinder, it was coming out like a, you know, octagon shaped tower. And I'll show you what was going on wrong. I'll show you the software. So it'll take a couple of moments to turn on. Okay, so here's Chitterbox. And I'm going to need to put on Autodesk Inventor as well. So if you remember those, let's just go back to here and models. So I'm going to use these to illustrate what the problem was. So, like I say, you can see, you know, they're a little bit clumsy still. They look good, but they're a little bit clumsy. Chitterbox is the software. So Autodesk Inventor is what I use to make the 3D drawings. And then in Autodesk Inventor, you can save the files as an STL file. And the STL file is just, you know, this is the size of the objects and things like that. So, I don't know what's going on there. Okay. So I'm going to open let's have a look. Average coach details. Okay, so let's take that. Okay, so this is one of those cylinders. Takes a moment to open. Okay, so all these elements here are all parts. Okay, what's going on with this extrusion? Why is that red? It's still loading up something here. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Being a bit glitchy here. Okay, I don't know why those are showing like that. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is the item. So if we look at the length of it, so let's go from the tip of this, let's go to tools. So if I select this plane, the front of it, and I select, I'm just going to go to the back here. So if we look at it, it's 5.3 millimeters long. Okay, so what I can do is I can save this, so I can export it into a different CAD format, and you know, you can change it into multiple different ones. One of the versions you can do is an STL file. So I'm just going to take that, change that, have that as mark1piston.stl, and that's in the average coach video. Right. So okay. Oh god, no. Just no, not yet. Later. No, later. That's something else. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the drawing, and it's in Inventor, and it's in Air Brake Coach Details, and there's the piston thing. And so here it posted it, there it is. But if you look, can you see how it's... this is very, very tiny. Can you see how it's faceted? Now, if we hit the scale button, you can look that it's not 5.3, or it's not, it's not, sorry, from the tip of the back there to the tip of the front, it's 6mm. But that's not 6mm, that's 0.6 mil, that's a tenth of the size. Effectively, we need to move the decimal point here. So what I can do is I can make it 1000%. Now it's the right size. But can you see how it's all still faceted? It's not a smooth cone. Sorry, it's not a smooth shape like the original drawing. Why have I got all these things? Okay, bye. So all these elements, it doesn't look like that. So I discovered what the problem was. So if I create a new drawing, yeah, I'll just do that one. So what I can do is I can derive. There's the derive button, and it will look for the item. So it's the Mark 1 piston type, and I'm going to open it. And so what it wants to do is a different scale factor. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make it 10 times size, because when we look at the Chitterbox, it's made it a tenth of the size, and we had to increase the size of it. But with this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a 0 here, which makes it 10 times bigger, so it's 10 times the size it should be. And now I'm going to export, and let's put it in the Air Brake Coach Details. I'm going to call it that 1. So Mark 1 piston 1. So I've now saved that. Okay, so let's just get rid of this. So now, if I go into Chitterbox, and that's the reason why it was going a bit slow, because I opened 2. No. Okay. Just let that one go away. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the other one. So if I open File, and I go to Mark 2 Piston 1, and I open it up, look at that. That's a much better shape. And so what I then do is move it 4mm up, and then I'm actually going to rotate it so that it's vertical. So that's the green. So I'm going to make it 90 degrees so it's vertical. And now I can put the legs on. So you just hit all, and it will automatically put the legs on. I've actually got this set wrong. Let's remove all. Yes, I want to remove it. And I'm going to make light ones because it doesn't need big legs. So just hit all, and that has created the legs for it. And now I come out. So I'm going to get rid of this one. And what you do is you hit the slice button, and so it slices it up, and then you press that button, which is to detect islands. So islands are where you've got things that are overlapping and there's nothing to hold them up. So this has got one island. So if I click here and I click down, it'll find the first island, and the first island I've got these little red things. So that part's not going to come out properly. So I need to create a better leg for that in order for that to come out properly. It may mean that I've got to rotate it and put it at a different angle in order for it to work, but you know, this is generally how it works. So let's just ignore that for now. So when you've got 0 islands, you can then slice it, save it, and you save it as a, you know, an STL, a photons font, because that is the type that goes with my 3D printer. And then you can stick it on the memory stick, stick it in my 3D printer, pour some resin in, press a couple of buttons on it, press print, print the file, and then it goes. You close the lid, and then, you know, it'll just spend the next 40 minutes, and, you know, it tells you here how long it's going to take to print that out. 46 minutes, 19 seconds, and the price of it is basically nothing. You know, so it's like a matter of pence to do this print. Well, if you look at how big this is on the print space, well, let's imagine, you know, let's copy and print and, you know, print extra ones. I can just print dozens of them, and ultimately, because it's only doing it doesn't matter how many layers that I do it with, because at the end of the day it's still only slicing all the individual part. You know, when it slices it, it just does the bed. So when you 3D print it, it exposes the light that needs to be exposed, because it's as Chris, it's a UV sensitive resin, and I was showing the 3D printer I've got is this one, which has a bath of resin that you pour in there, and then you know, you press like the print button at the top there, you pick your file, you enter the file, you know, and then you press start, and what happens is this comes down, it lifts it up ever so slightly, and then underneath is the LCD screen that emits a UV shape, which is whatever the layer is, and then it then lifts up and then does the, you know, goes down again and just sets the next layer and the next layer, so it's like 40 layers per millimeter. So when we if you can imagine, I've got what's that, that's about 30 or 40. Well, it will still take, if we slice it all, I mean, it's going to take a bit longer because there's so many of them. Nearly done. So imagine we've designed the first one and it's got no islands. If you look, you can see that's going to cost 21 pence to do about 40 of them, and it's still going to take 46 minutes 19 seconds. So okay, I haven't bothered with the wash and cure thing. I mean, it's basically just I've got a plastic box with IPA in it, and I just scrape the model off, drop it in there, and I just shake it backwards and forwards, allows it to splash all over the print, and then I remove it, give it a quick run under the tap, and then I've got a UV lamp that I use for my fingernails, for gel nails, and it cure, just stick it in there and leave it in for half an hour or so, and then it'll be nice and hard. So but what I was saying before is that these 3D prints are these were the first ones that I did, which were the faceted ones, where it's it's like it's been introduced, it's a full size print on the Autodesk Inventor, but when it goes into Chitterbox it made it 1/10 of the size. So what I need to do is now make a 10 times size version, and then put and then print out at at 1%, at 100% of the size in Chitterbox. I've not actually tried printing these yet. That I should do that. And of course, the nice thing is that where it took, an hour to make a pair of these, in by hand, I could print off 40 or 50 or 60. I could probably get 60 to 100 on this bed, because I can actually move them even closer if I just rotate here. Look, I can take each one. Oh, maybe not. But I can move them about and get them closer to each other if I wish. That's why I can't do it. I can move them closer together if I want. As long as the two bodies don't bump into each other. It doesn't even matter if if I put the legs too close together and they end up merging one into another. It doesn't really matter. So I could maximize the space, by putting them all like this, and get 150 on a print. That's going to save an awful lot of modelling, and that's why I think this is so useful. So yeah, if I'm able to produce things that look like this, I mean, this is just your normal lined paper. These things are tiny. Imagine what it's going to be like if I'd done them 10 times size and then printed 100% of the thing, because it's gone, made it a tenth of the size in Chitterbox. So that's the kind of stuff I've been working on. So these here are class 56 headlights, because one of the projects that I've been working on recently has been a pair of 56s for somebody, and this is the second 56038 I've done in the last year, but this time, instead of being in Transrail livery like I did the other one, this one is in Rough Metals. It's had extra work done on than the previous ones, so these are Shoreplan laser glaze. This is 113, which is a Transrail on one side and unspecified livery on the other. I've gone and made it a lot more weathered, and it's one where they had some new roof grills added to it, and that panel was fresher, executive dark grey on there. The nameplate was done by taking some masking tape, putting on a name, taking one of my nameplates that's roughly the same size, cutting around it with a knife to make basically a hole that's the right size, and then I used some acrylic paint and basically with a sponge and just sort of dabbed it in the places where to give the impression of a nameplate has been removed. So that's the two that I finished this week, and then and I also did this class 37 for somebody. Actually, this probably isn't the best place to go, because I might as well stick in models and go to commissions, and because I took some photos and he took some photos of his own, so these are photos that I took of it at my place, and actually these ones, and these ones are composite images. Actually, they're cut and shot of many pictures. So because what happens with the camera, when you take a photo of somewhere like here, um, it will want to focus on a certain place. So if I get this in focus, that bit will be out of focus. So what I've gone and done is, for this, to make this image, I have I make sure I sit in the same place. No, I haven't finished all my class 90s yet. I'm actually thinking about doing the mainline ones, but I want to get other people's stuff finished first. So in order to do this was sort of two bits of work. The first one was the paint job, and the other one was that the nose grills were actually ones that I cut out. Let's see, do I have them? I thought I did. No, that's a good example of what I meant by the different photo. You can see that this bit's in focus, but that bit isn't. So I basically sliced the picture into sections, and when I took the photos, I focused on a single point, and then these grills, I cut a hole out of them, and then used some ribbed plastic card to make a new nose grill that was solid instead of the split version, which is what the model was. And these are pictures that he took on his layout, and he was really pleased with it, which is always my goal. I hope the work that I do for people, I consider within the bounds of I might put other stuff on, but if I was going for the same standard as the person I'm modelling for, I would do it to a level that I would be satisfied to have that on my layout. But yeah, like I say, it was nice to see it on someone else, see my work on someone else's layout, that they're happy with it, and it looks really nice like this. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And then so I did a 56 for someone a few months ago, and I had a bit of an accident with it. So, as I mentioned earlier, 56008, so I did work. I did the work, which was basically strip it down, new roof grills, new nose grills, and this has some rectangular, some French style buffers at one end. So, like I say, at one end it's got these kind of rectangle shaped buffers, and one end has got the pipe work on, the other one doesn't. But one of the things that I did was I changed the grill. So what happens is Brian at Shoreplan, he has lots of other stuff he does as well as just stuff for us, and so he has to concentrate on getting the big job done, because he makes if you buy a Bachmann model and it's got nameplates on because it's a name loco, that's Shoreplan that did the etches for those. So if he's got stuff he's got to do for Bachmann for whatever they're bringing out next, he's got, I don't know how many models Bachmann make. It might be 3,000, 4,000 or whatever as a batch. He's got to make 4,000 nameplates for them. So as a result, he has lots of other things on his mind, and so he may not check his emails for several days or a week or whatever while he does the bread and butter stuff, the stuff that that doesn't take a lot of processing, but does take a lot of his time, and brings home a lot of it brings home more money for him. Whereas doing half a dozen bits or 2 bits for me or you or other people, that takes a lot more of his time. So And of course, when you go to a show, that's the best time to buy stuff because, of course, he's there ready to serve you at the show. So that's generally how he operates. Well, obviously, with lockdown and lots of people having lots more time, he's had a lot of people buying bits and bobs here and there, but he's also still got to spend, the rest of the week, because, like I say, if you imagine he gets, if you imagine non-COVID times, he will be at a show every weekend, so that's 2 days a week, and he's going to be, sort of preparing the van to go on Friday, and he's unpacking it on Monday. So basically, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday might be the time where he might be able to slip in some stuff to you while he's doing stuff for Bachman. This makes sense, Well, but most people buy stuff at shows. So that's where, well, obviously with lockdown going on, he hasn't been doing weekends, but he still had to do stuff. So, it's been a bit difficult to get, he may not pay attention to his emails for a while. So what happened was, wanted to put some decent nose grills on instead of the printed ones that are on the Hornby model. And they're a bit more than that on this version of the model, but there's certainly printed one on the later batch. So needed the grill, and the chap I was doing this for, he managed to find some of the piece there, but not the mesh on it. The mesh that had it was an old etch for when Graham Shaw, as in where Shawplan came from, because Brian bought out Graham and the business when Graham retired. So so like I say, so I did the work, and really in the end I managed to get the parts off Brian, and I did the work, and then what happened was I mailed it off, and when it arrived, it was damaged. That this is what had happened to the roof grill. And try again. There you go. See, so it ripped off, ripped it back, and when he tried sort of moving it into shape, it just fell off. So he had to send it back to me for me to do a repair. Now he's fortunate that I happen to have some Class 56 roof grills left, so he sent it back to me. I tried to straighten it out, but I couldn't, so I had to use the roof grills that I had for my own stuff, and repair it. Well, I put in a repair job. I put in a bill, because whenever I send stuff, so if you want me to do work, you send me the model, I do the modelling. When it's done, you send me the model, you send me all the parts you want doing, the transfers, any of that kind of stuff, any of the supplies that are needed. Yeah, that's right, Chris, it was from Coventry originally. And so I give you a price, and then once that's settled, I do the work, and when it's ready, I send you some pictures, and that's when I want you to pay me. Because what makes me motivated is keep me hungry. If I've been paid for the work already, well, I may not be in quite as much of a rush at it. So if it's like, if I get some work done, I can get this model finished, and then I can get paid for it, which means I can buy some model railway stuff of my own. So what happened was, whenever I mail stuff back, I mail it back and it's insured. So, for example, the 256s that I mailed back yesterday, they were insured for £500, and it cost £23 odd. Was it £23 or £26 for postage? because it was over, it was 2 locos, which meant it was over 2 kilos, which meant that, it had to go with parcel force. So what I did was, so it had to be sent back to me. So that cost him, the customer, the postage. I had to do the repair, and I had to replace the roof grills, and I had to scrape off I had to do both of them, because if I only did one, well, this one's got, the one on the left has got paint on it, but if I scrape this off, I've got to paint on here, which means I'm probably going to end up with thicker paint on one and things like that. So ultimately I had to redo it, and then so I've got to scrape, remove it. I've got to clean all the super glue around the rim of the hole, and then I've got to put the mesh on, and then I've got to put the ring on. It's all got to be secured down properly, and then I have to, undercoat it and spray it. And then it can go back in the box. And I tell you that the model was shipped it was made in China, stuck in a container, shipped halfway across the world, chucked into a van or a truck, delivered to Hornby, which then distributed it out to the different retail stores and so on, and who then put it on their website. You or I want to buy it. It gets chucked in a van. It gets delivered to our home, and we open it, or you pick up by the model shop or whatever, and we take it home, and it's like, yeah, you got a new model. Well, they're quite well detailed models these days, so obviously the packaging is designed for them to be kind of chucked about a little bit. Well, this, in order to do that kind of damage, it must have been upside down and given a hell of a jolt to get it to move within the packaging. So, so it must have been kicked or thrown or dropped or something or other. Hell of a jolt it got in order to do that kind of damage. So I can't, because it was insured, because ultimately, when I mail it back to you, the value of the model has gone up. If I mail it to you and it goes missing, it gets lost in the post. That's like £130 loco, and I might have done £100 of work on it. So, that's now a £230 locomotive, because it's all custom done, custom painted, weathered, and so on. So, as a result, it gets insured for the value, so that ultimately, if it goes missing, you get the money for your model back, and I get the model for my work back. And that's only fair. So, so what happened was I contacted Royal Mail, and this is when the first, lockdown, when the lockdown were going on, and of course you'd wait for an hour on the phone because they've only got like 4 people in the sorting centre, in the telephone centre or something, thanks to social distancing, and a lot of places hadn't really got the working from home stuff done yet, and so I get through, I explain the case. Okay, go through our website, and there's a complaints or claims procedure. And I went through, and I, supplied evidence of, this picture here, for example. Modelling work performed, detail work painted, condition when postage, damage when received by my customer. So I put that in there. I put the website where the parts were. So it's basically, I charge about £10 an hour. It takes, 7 hours to do, the kind of work on the model. It's actually quite a bit more, but, I kind of undersell myself all the time. So it's, so it was, about 7 hours of work to repair it. And I put that at minimum wage prices. It cost, I think it was something like £12 for the, was it £9? I can't remember what it was. But I had to buy, the cost of the replacement roof grills, because, I had to paint both of them, so I might as well just redo the whole damn thing, because otherwise I'm going to have one that looks different to the other. And then there's me posting it back to the customer. So, and refunding the customer the postage that they had to send it back, because ultimately, when I mail it off and it's the insured, I'm the one that's doing the sending, even though it's not. The model isn't owned by me; it's owned by them. I'm the one that did the sending, and so it's the sendee that makes that pays the money and gets sent. Gets sent the insurance cost when it comes back. Contacted Royal Mail through their system, and they basically said no, but we're prepared to give you £8.50, which is what the postage cost to return it to the customer, for the postage. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. £8.50, it costs more than that for the roof grills. It cost that for them to mail it back to me. And so I had to sort of I'd phone someone up. Oh yeah, I quite agree. And so they went and tried putting it through the system again, and it did exactly the same thing. And so I tried a third time, and that time they said, yes, we accept responsibility, and so they sent me a cheque for the damage. So I think it was £76 or something, I think it was. And the customer already had their model by then. So at least ultimately, I got my work repaired done, and I wasn't able to pay them their postage until I got the refund. Did so. So, like I say, but of course, no matter, even though I, effectively got £75 for doing some more modelling for someone's stuff. The nuisance of doing the modelling for someone's stuff that I've already done, I would have rather, effectively, even though I got, I suppose, wages for repairing the model, I wish I hadn't have had to need to repair the model. Because, of course, instead of, being able to concentrate on someone else's model, I've now got 7.5 hours worth of, a model to fix. So that annoyed me. And the fact that they, we'll give you the postage. You got to be kidding me. What I said, not literally to them, was, clucking bell. Or rhymed with it, So, that was annoying. So, I'm going to finish off with the last thing that I've done recently. And I need to show something for you to understand it first. So, that's not the desktop. It's that. So, one of the vehicles that came out earlier this year was Hornby brought out a new Mark III DVT in Intercity livery. Unfortunately, they did a really, really bad job when it came to the quality control. So, so Kevin McDonald posted some pictures, and effectively, they used a thin, somewhat transparent plastic, so it wasn't very dense plastic, and they used rather weak paint. So although it was nice and brilliant and white and everything, it when you had the lights on, you had like bleed. The light bled through all the bodywork paint. So he sent it back to Hornby, and they went and painted a bit of black around, the insides, and that sort of partially did it. But it really didn't do a very good job there. So, I already had a plan of something that I wanted to do with the Mark III DVT. So what happened was I sent him a message because he's basically, here's what it looked like. It was awful. I sent it back. It came back, and they painted a bit black inside, but it's still not good enough. So and he made a he made a video on this on his YouTube channel. So I contacted him. I said, "Do you know what? Send it to me, and I will light proof it for you." So, so what I did was I took it apart. Removed the windscreens, removed the sides, removed the headlights, and I painted the interior black, and then painted it a pale grey, and then I put it back together again, and then I contacted him with a sort of an offer, because now that I've got the 3D printer working, I've been tinkering around with making an upgrade kit for the Intercity model. So if we look at the model, hold on, DVC. Now let me just okay, so let me just swap screens. So if we look at the model, so this is a spare one I got, thank you, Chris. So if we look at this, if we look at the details on the end, so I'm just going to hold it up, and I just need to change the focal point here so that I can get the front in focus. There you go. So when this model was done, model was done with a privatization era model. So it was the original one that was painted was done in for Virgin livery. That was the first one, and it was this kind of livery. So it was red with the grey and the white stripes, white on the edges there, silver there, and some yellow, So when so the model is done to this level. Let's see if I've got a better picture. Yeah, that's a good one. So when these vehicles were overhauled in the late 90s, around about sort of 97, 98, 99, and there's 151 of them, I think it was. So when they put them through an overhaul, they were built in 1988. Privatization came in, Virgin was using them, and they were modified. So the horn grille is, a V-shaped one. The rubbing plate was removed. The coupling, in fact, you know what? Let me go back to. There's a very nice picture here of a Chiltern one. So the buffers have been changed for oval ones. The hook is just a normal screw link coupling, and then there's these plates put over what was the rubbing plate, which enables it to work with the locomotive that's got a rubbing plate, because on the coaches they connect via the coupling, by the corridor connection. There's like a frame around it, and that's designed to give a nice strong connection but not move around a lot. And of course, when you've got a train like this, when it's being pulled it's not so bad, but when it's being pushed, one of the problems that they had at first with the push-pull system was that there was like a kind of like a bunching thing. So the driver, when it's heading south, with the DVT leading, it would have the it had the loco pushing at the back. Well, when it put on the brakes, and then removed the brakes, if you imagine the driver puts a little bit of brake on, so imagine you're sort of coming to a station, or leaving a station. So you're coming to a stop at a station. Let's say it's a Manchester to Euston train, and it's stopping at Stafford. So as it comes to a stop, what was happening is that the driver was putting on the brake, and then it was getting like jolting backwards and forwards because as the train put the brakes on, the loco was still sort of shoving at the back, and it was causing sort of a juttering effect, almost like a concertina kind of effect. So it was causing this juddering. If you imagine you sat in your beat, if you were sat in the seat, and you'd be like going like this, as it's coming to a stop, and then when the train started moving again, I've forgot to transition. So as the train's coming to stop, you're getting like you bit and bounce like this because it's juddering as the brakes are being applied, and when it was starting to move away, the driver is sort of moving the throttle forward, and the signal was, the brakes were still undoing, because they're partially on, not fully off, and then the back, the loco's shoving, and it's kind of like jumping around because, the signal was intermittent or something. I'm not completely au fait with it. I just understand it was something that was a problem, and then they put, I can't remember it's whether they put a smoothing choke in or they fixed a smoothing choke problem, but either way it kind of evened it up and stopped it from concertinaing together, pushing backwards and forwards, and braking or acceleration. So they went and fixed that problem. Well, when you've got a bigger contact area, it's a lot more controlled. So anyway, under Virgin, and then they got sent to One as well. So when the Hornby model came out, it was both a Virgin and then a One loco, and they've done other ones as well after that. So the rubbing plate would go in there. It had so if we look at this is the pre-refurbishment condition, so you can see how the horn grills are horizontal louvers. There's the rubbing plate that goes in those little holes. There's the big knuckle coupler. It's a drop head buckeye, so you lift it up, you stick a pin in it, and so if you can imagine a Class 90, which also has these coupled up to it, it's a much smoother one. And what happens is and you can see the buffers are different. They're circular buffers that have been clipped top and bottom. And what would happen is that you would they're able to rotate 90 degrees and push in, so that when this is coupled up to a locomotive, that the buffers aren't touching the locomotive. It's all riding on this rubbing plate. The pressure is all on that, which solves the juddering problem because there's quite a bit of bounce on the buffer there. And of course the major one, which is the skirting. So now when you get the Hornby model, none of them are correct, because it's a privatisation body shell that has been given a intercity paint job, and well, the details are different. So what I've created is a new 3D printing design, and that's this. So it's got two versions of rubber plate. One version is flat on the top, another one has these little bits sticking up. So it depends on the type. The buffers are the clipped oleos, and these are just the Bachmann one. I just measured up the Bachmann one and made it the same. So the Bachmann Class 90 buffers, they're brilliant, so I use that as a template. There's your louvered horn grill, and this is your skirting. So it's it's a nice little design, and the only thing that's not in there is the knuckle coupler. But I think most people who are doing intercity livery are probably going to end up having some Mark 1 coaches, maybe some parcels coaches, or whatever stock. And when you when you get a new one, they've often got one of those little knuckle couplers as a detail. So I'm sure that most people have got them, and if you haven't got one, you can probably ask if someone has, and they will. Or maybe you'll find one on eBay. So you can just, you can just take a small drill bit in the you can just take a on the model it's a sort of squared one, but the Bachmann Mark 1 knuckle coupler drophead Buckeye is a circular hole. So all you do, you just get a circular drill bit, drill in there so that you can push it into place, and that's perfect. And so if we and these are all 3D printed, and if in fact, let me just turn this off. So this is one I've started, and those are the buffers that I created for it. I've also created some other bits and bobs as well. Let me just turn off the autofocus, and so I'm afraid the orange doesn't really show very well, the orange resin. It's the reason why I've been mixing it up a bit lately. But so those are the buffers. But when Andrew McDonald sent me his, I sent him an email or sent him a message saying, look, I've been creating a 3D printed kit to convert it. Would you like one backdating into the original one? So this is my first test design for the skirting. It's not right. The curve here was wrong, but I've gone and sorted that design out now. And it had that faceted shape to it, which isn't right, and I fixed that problem now. And so I recently did the work, and here are some photos of it. So this is the very first one that uses my 3D printed design kit, and you can see it's got the skirting. So yeah, we've got the skirting, you've got the buffers, the rubbing plate, the horn grill, which you can't see in this picture, but there is one thing that is a bit of a problem, and that is this, where it doesn't join properly, and that I had to do that deliberately, because unfortunately the Hornby model, the way it goes together, so if I take this one, when you remove it, it has to go down at the ends. So let me see if I can get a bit closer. So let me change the autofocus. Okay, so if you look, when you lift the body off, it kind of pushes down on the corner. Can you imagine? If you imagine if that's straight, it's going to move it. So it means that it can't be glued on the sides. It needs to be loose on the sides so that it has the ability to flex a little bit. But the problem is that the resin isn't terribly flexible. It has a bit of flex, but it's quite brittle. And so if I had it absolutely perfect and straight, if you as you bent the body shell, it would push it down, it might snap off. So I had to give a little bit of something to allow it to allow it to keep its shape, but not get fouled. So I might try and tweak it to see if I can make it a bit better, but that was the first attempt. And that's the other side. And there you can see there's the rubbing plate with the buffers, and you imagine, like I say, you'd rotate them 90 degrees and they would compress in. You can't move them on my version. I mean, other than to physically rotate them, but of course it's best to have them glued in position. And there you can see the louvered nose grill. Now, in terms of doing the modelling, it's really easy to do. So all you need is, I think it was 1.5 mil drill. So you just use a pin vise and get a knife. You make a dimple in the centre, and then you use that as the point, for the screw to drill into. The drill. Use it as the centre line so that it will screw in and won't like go off on an angle somewhere and you miss it and damage it. So in terms of doing it, all you do to your model is you grab the original buffers, you kind of give them a bit of a wiggle, and the glue will crack, and then you'll just be able to pull it straight out. And then my one just pushes in the hole. The rubbing plate, you drill a couple of holes and those just go straight in. I don't know if let me go back to the 3D model. You can see how they've got the bit that protrudes out there, so that goes up to the plate, and you drill out the hole. So like I say, you just put a couple of drill holes, and then this pushes straight in. This needs a hole drilling because this is the Bachmann Mark 1. I think they may have Mark 2s as well, but certainly got them in Mark 1s. And trying to make one of these, well, the Bachmann one is far better than I can produce. It'd take me hours and hours to get the shape right, whereas the Bachmann one already exists and lots of people have them. So I thought, might as well just use that, because of course if you have couplings on your models, you can't use that anyway. So usually it's one of those things that ends up in your spares box. Mossels, yes. Okay, White Roof Mark 1s didn't really run with DVTs. Was it White Roof Mark 1s that mostly ran on Intercity Mark 1, 90 Mark 1 rakes? That's a little bit of a weird, that's a bit of a complicated one. Not terribly complicated. Okay, so let me find a picture, because a picture says 1,000 words, and as you've seen, I do quite well for putting things in categories so that I can show things better. So, oops, wrong thing anyway. Charter. So, there were two types of intercity kind of charter trains. Intercity stock that was charter ones, and that was things like these, which were just the Bachmann make the model of it, but these are just TSOs. Sometimes they got window bars, sometimes not, and so you'd get a rake like this, and there as well. Towards the end of Intercity, they used to use them as they were charter trains, so they were the Intercity charter unit, and they'd use them in 4 TSOs and a Mark 2D BFK. And if you look, you can see that's exactly what this is. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's the BFK. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's the BFK. And in this case, they've slotted in a Mark 1 buffet as well. So that's one type. Now, they did use them on the West Coast main line here and there, but largely they were used for charter towards the end of British Rail, in the British Rail era. So from about 1990 onwards until privatisation 96. But they also had the special ones, which were the white roofed stock, which is what you're talking about here. And these were, basically they're FOs, so first opens. So you've got two first opens, a 1.6 XX series buffet car, Mark 1 buffet. You've got two more TSOs, two more FOs, first opens. This one is a Mark 1 BCK, so you can just see a little bit of yellow there. So it's, the roof is tan, yellow tan. There's another first class coach, and there's a couple of first class coaches on the end with a buffet in there. So that's a typical rake. And those were used on things like the Land Cruise train. So this would leave London, King's Cross, would travel up the East Coast Main Line, would go for, and you'd spend like a couple of days in the Highlands. You'd stay in a hotel at night, drink some whiskey, have a nice meal, at a fancy restaurant kind of thing, and then you would get on the train again, travel a bit more around the Highlands, and then end up in another hotel, and then you'd come back and be ready for, Monday or Sunday night or whatever it was. I don't know. It was about a 3-day trip. If you own white roofed intercity stock, chances are that they may have been the Dapple one, because they did them for a while with white roof. New ones are coming. The problem is today that people are painting things in different colours and stuff like that. So a lot of the coaches that you saw there. So Waterman Railways bought the Intercity Charter Unit when it came to privatisation. And then he sold them off, and they ended up going to a couple of different places. West Coast Railway Company and various other places ended up with different coaches. So many of these ones are still around, but also the other ones I showed you with the dark roof. The white roof were the premier stuff, so they were mostly made out of first class coaches. Now, one of the nice things that's happened is Hornby have started doing Mark 1s. One of the things they've done is the FO. I've been wanting to get some because I want to do one of these trains. It's been on my model list from the start. And I mean that, and when I say from the start, I mean I got a model list that goes back to 1992. When they were out in the real railway, because I was replicating what was around now, back in 1992, and I just haven't changed. I'm still sticking to that same time zone, so there's no privatisation stuff on my layout, mostly. Well, because Hornby's done the first opens, it's like, yay, that's great. I already have a couple of Mark 1, Bachmann Mark 1 buffet cars that I was going to convert into 1.6XX coaches. And I've already done one, although I haven't got around to finishing it and painting it and anything. But now they've announced a BCK as well, which was something on the new year, Hornby 2021 announcement. So now they have all the coaches all made by Hornby, which is great, because when when you have multiple companies, there's bound to be a blend, that one is a bit more detailed than another, which means that if you put them together, kind of one sticks out. Whereas in this train, and the only reason I haven't bought any buffets so far at Mark 1 FOs yet is because they haven't had Commonwealth bogies. They've all been B1s. So when the Commonwealth bogie ones come out, I will buy 7 of them for this, and I can paint them myself, not a problem. I do need to buy a couple of buffet cars, and they've announced the PCK. Well, I've got a Bachmann one that was going to do that, but now I'm going to buy a Hornby one, so that the entire train is one company, and so it's so much easier. Well, oh gosh, muscles. Hornby annoy the hell out of me because they can't paint the livery right. They really can't get into city right. I can actually show you a practical example of. Give me a second. I just need to go across the room to get a loco that I painted. And also my mouth's getting a bit growly, and I've got some juice in the kitchen. Okay, I'm back. And I was running out of drink. Ugh. Cola that's flat. Ugh. So, one of my major gripes with Hornby is they can't paint intercity livery. So, as you've probably seen that, nothing matches Hornby's, and to be honest, Oxford ones aren't that great either. The Oxford Mark IIIs, generally they're good. The only thing that that isn't good about them in terms of tooling is that the angle of the skirting is a little bit flat. Needs to be a bit more angled. That's the only thing that's wrong with the Oxford ones, in that. But of course, and the dark grey that they used on the bottom, the light, the executive light grey they used on the bottom, they painted it like a kind of grey. It was like a pale grey, more like Regia Railways, like rail grey almost. No, that's the problem. Well, the thing you have to remember when it comes to manufacturers, they are getting all their stuff done by people from China. So what happens is, they've had the tooling done there, they got the designers, they all work there. So all the tooling's done there. They squirt plastic into moulds. And so what happens is Hornby or Bachmann or whatever, they will say, I want one that looks like this. So let's just use this Class 47, pull in the... let's just use this as a primary example. So I want a Class 47 that looks like that, says Bachmann, because Bachmann do a good 47. And also the loco, this loco is actually a perfect job for it, because this is 835. So there was a model of this done, a limited edition one if I remember correctly. And so it's got the flush number 2 end. That's the number 1 end with the big radiator grille. This is the number 2 end, so it's got a flush number 2 end. I have loads of these body shells, because when Bachmann first did it, they used tan on the bottom, like the executive dark grey here. You can see it's white, but they made the mistake and had it done in tan. And it's quite possible that they said white, but that when they sent the email, it needs to be this. It's like, oh well, it's like the coaches, but it's white on the bottom, and they just didn't really pick up the white on the bottom bit, so they just painted it tan like the coaches. So I picked up a whole bunch of them because they were like £12.50 or something like that, or £12.95 from Invicta models, which had them on eBay. So I ended up buying them because at that price, those are ones that you can do, and maybe cut some bits out to I had the idea of cutting a hole in it using an old class, buy a class 57, take the body off, stick the one on, and I can use the head code box for the on the 57, a Freightliner 57, and to be the recess, or you know, maybe chop it out there and stick it on the other end and swap the bits round. So you've got a number one end with a flush end, which doesn't exist yet. So anyway, so what happens is, you know, I want one of these. So imagine I'm Bachman and I want this loco doing. The fact it's already been done, let's forget about that, right? So I want this loco doing. I want it to look like that. So I send off this picture to China, and, you know, with like a drawing sheet or whatever. But what colour grey is that? Well, for British Rail, they used specific colours. So, for example, the red stripe is not red at all, it's actually orange. So, you know, when you get Roll for It Red Soul Bar, like Class 20s and Class 50s, 58s, with, you know, sort of the dark grey with a big BR logo in the middle and a red stripe on the bottom. And, you know, later you had 37s and 47s and 31s and things like that, also painted with a red stripe livery. Let's have a look. Do I have one somewhere? Not in that one. Certainly not in that one. There we go, there's one. Okay. So you know, a Class 58 in that livery, that red band at the bottom, that's the same colour as Intercity grey. Sorry, the Intercity red stripe. Exactly the same colour. The original Network Southeast livery with the pale blue. So I've only got a coach, but you know, that Network South, that blue, that's exactly the same as the Royal Freight Construction Metals Petroleum logos. And I can show you if I let's get out of this. Oh, by the way, sorry, I just want to say one last thing about this model. I'm going to be making kit available to people, so I don't want to spend all my time you know, printing out stuff and sticking it in back, you know, boxes or packets and mailing it to people, because that takes an awful lot of time out of my day, if you can imagine. Because I've got to print them and I've got to clip them and file everything down and mail it off and all that kind of stuff. It takes a lot of time and effort. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make them available to other modelers by uploading them to Shapeways. So what will happen is you know, you go onto the Shapeways website and I'll put a link on it. And I've got, at the moment, all the items are all separate components. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make them into basically a you know, sort of little you know, a little platform with all the components on, and that'll be a single drawing which I can upload to Shapeways. And so what will happen is you buy that, and there'll be a picture of, you know, one that's been done. So you go online. You go to Shapeways website, to my page, and you click on buy that, and what happens is they print it off. They take your money, they print it off, they stick it in a parcel, they send it to you, you take it off, and then you paint it and stick it on. And you know, the only bit of real modelling that you're going to need to do is on the headlights, because it's done in like a sort of a double piece. If you can imagine, it's a bit like this. You know, sort of the mould is like offset on one piece, and then it's the other way on the other one. So if you can imagine, it's kind of shaped like that, and one intersects into another. So it's like it's a bit like it's like that. So what you need to do is you need to cut and cut and file down and the notch into it. So you effectively got the glass piece, and then cut the notch out of it there, and then glue on my piece, and then you just paint it. The skirting, spray it with some white undercoat, hand paint it or airbrush it if you've got that. Paint the blocks behind it black, and you just glue it straight underneath. And then everything else, drill a hole for the rubbing plate, and just a blob of super glue, and you just slot it into the holes. And then for the buffers, just like I say, wiggle the original buffer up until it snaps, take it out, chuck it away, or stick it on in your box, and then take my buffer and just a bit of super glue, push it into place, hold it, and then it'll be nice and secure. And then obviously paint it first. So so I was going to talk about livery charts. So oh, sorry, no, I do want to show one last thing on the DVT before I finish. So and that was, this is what the lighting looks like now. So before, you could see the light beaming through the entire, the roof section was showing, the side bits were showing, it was creeping out the edges, and the only bit that was solid was around here. The rest of it was all showing through. All this was all lit up because the light was leaking out. And like I say, two things that I did. One was paint the inside black, then paint it grey. And then I took the light bars, the little plastic bits that it's got faceted corners so that the light bounces off it. All I did was paint it silver on the outside, so the light can still bounce off it, but the light isn't getting out of it. And so, like I say, you can see that's what it looks like. You can't see any bit of light leakage coming out of anything. It's all good and solid. The only thing that was wrong with it, with the one that I did, and I wasn't doing all the wiring, and that is that for some reason the cab light wouldn't turn off. So, but like I say, the details are right. The skirting, that's now a proper painted Intercity one. Yeah, the problem is that Hornby does a crappy job because they didn't pop the glazing out. So even though they had paint in it, they didn't have paint like there where the glazing is. Because of course the glazing is like it's like a notch, isn't it? It's sort of like that and then goes like that. So the hole where the glazing pops in, that sort of protrudes. It's hard to sort of do it, that goes like that, and then, because they didn't paint the glazing out, pop the glazing out, they couldn't get the paintbrush between where the bottom of the windowsill was and where the glazing finished. If that makes, oh gosh, this doesn't look very good why I'm doing it. Okay. So if you can imagine, there's your body side, and there's the glazing. So if you imagine that's your windowsill, and there's the glazing. In fact, what am I talking about? Look, I've got a bloody model right here. This is actually Chris Huddin's one. It had fogged up glazing, so I used it for spares. But if I show you the inside, can you see how you've got the white bits? In fact, let's just sort of look at. Let me just change the focal point. So that's it. So if we look here, imagine you can get your paintbrush to. It's hard to do it upside down. You can get your brush to there, but you can't get right up to the windowsill. So what would happen is oh gosh, I'm doing it back to front. So here, you see, like on the door side of the frame, you get there. Well, if the plastic is thin, and the light was able to get out around the edges of the window frame. So, if you can imagine there's your hole, and there's the piece of plastic, and like the hole has got the protruding part in it. Um, you know, the tooling looks so good. I know that the paint job is going to be rubbish. It's not going to be right at all. I just know this. I know that I'm going to have to repaint them. So let me just go back. Oh my gosh! I just realised I didn't. I'm talking about it, and you're still looking at the train. Sorry. Let me try again. So the hole's this big, and the plastic is that big with the protrusion bit in that hole. And you should be able to now. So what was happening was, where they got the paint up to here, but they didn't have the paint up to here where the sill is, you've still got the halo, effectively. You've still got the light, like a halo, around all the glazing. So as a result, on the vertical parts where it's, the bits here where it's white, and the glazing there, it's still bouncing, the light is still getting through. And the sad thing is, it is so easy to pop the glazing out. All you need to do is, just push it. You just push it with the non-brushy end of a paintbrush, and it'll just pop right out because the glue is quite thin enough to allow it. And then you just paint right up into the end of the sill, right up to the hole, and then paint it black, paint it grey, so it's not like dark black on the inside. And of course 2 layers of I use the Vallejo paints for it. There's coupled a nice blocky one. I can't remember what it was. It's I've recorded myself doing the work, so I'm going to make a video and I'll explain it. I don't know about the APT. Maybe they might get it right, but they're probably not, because they can't get the tan, the bottom grey right. Anyway, I've been procrastinating on the thing that I was trying to talk about, which was paint stuff. So like I say, imagine this is what we're painting. So so what happens is, in the early days it was particularly bad, and I don't know how Hornby do it. I do know that I know Bachmann have a art director who does all the artwork and then sends it to China, where they then make the tempo printing and put it on and all that kind of stuff. And also so what happens is, obviously in different parts of the world, so most of the British Rail liveries used British standard numbers. So for example, the red stripe here is British standard 381C number 593 rail red. Now, or flame red is another name for it, because they can vary. So what happens is, they say, I want it to look like that. Well, of course, if you remember in the early days of scanning a photo, when you see a picture on the internet, how do you know what it was actually like? How do we know that the guy who took this photo didn't have, when he took the photo, and then he took it to the photo lab and he had it developed, how do we know how the printer that printed out, maybe it was running out of red or running out of blue or whatever, so cyan. So so when it gets printed out, sometimes it can be a different colour. And I'll give you a practical example. So there's a website called airliners.net, and the former name for Thomas Cook Airlines was JMC. And at least there it is. So JMC Air. So this was the colour, the livery that they used. Now, bear in mind that there are going to be different, amounts of, sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it's a bit wintry. But so it's basically lime green tail and a blue bottom with, the air written on it and lime green there. But green is one of those things that are difficult because, of course, when these photos were being taken, because look, this is a photo from 2001. Well, digital cameras weren't very good in 2001, so to have good quality photos, you're relying on people who took the photos, went to the photo lab, had them developed, then they've gone and scanned them, and the scanners weren't that great either. So it was hard to get really good quality photos in the earlier days. And if you look, you can see that green. There was a joke in the airliner world, airline photography stuff, on a website like this, because they got forums, which was, JMC, never the same green twice. Because every time, look how that's like kind of washed out lime colour there. Whereas this one's a lot bolder. That one's a bit more washed out. So it changed all the time because it depended very much on what was the green, what was the cyan setting and blue settings of the printer at the photo lab. You go to a more expensive one, maybe they've got better chemicals and better set up and, sort of a nerdy person who wants to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Whereas you go to like Max Bielman or the photo bit at Asda or whoever, and yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really disappointed that you're going now because I'm on a swing. Okay, Can you stick for another 5 minutes? Because I'll explain this really quickly. So, one of the things that so I created these charts, and Bachman used these. So yes, good night if you're not sticking around for a few minutes. But these are the colours that British Rail used. Because if I show you, where is it? I've got data sheets. So this is the data sheet in 1988, and so we can see. So you've got the BR specification number, the British standard, Pantone. So Pantone coated and uncoated tended to be what they were using for printing stuff on paper. So, but there's your Rail Blue. So this is British Standard 381C, number 114. There's Rail Red, 593. So that's Rail Freight livery with the red soul bar. This is, and where is it? Intercity livery. There's the red again. You see. So this is an orangey red. It's not a bright red. It's an orangey red. And then there's your light grey, which is Pantone 452. Pantone 412 is used on printing, and when you do it on the real thing, it's like a brown, so it looks wrong. I've had to mix my own to make it because I really struggle to get the same one. But if we look here, Network Southeast Red is 04E53, which is poppy, and the poppy is used on Rail Freight livery, so Rail Freight distribution, that's the same colour, and it's used on Parcels Red TPO coaches as well. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on. Now, when I did my data, when I made my charts, I use cellulose paint, so I bought British Standard paint. I don't buy Rail Match. I buy these colours. And well, Falcon Grey is a browner hue than Executive Light Grey. So the the Intercity livery with the beige, it's just Pantone 452. I have a tin of Pantone 452, and I'm going to show you the difference here. Let me just change my screen, and this is the last thing that you'll need to see. So this is Hornby's cream, and it's way too dark, and the red is too red on this. This is the original 123. Let me just change that focal point again. There it is. Okay, so that red is too bold, and that cream is too yellowy. Let me show you. This is a class 47 that I've painted. Okay, and if you look at this tan, this is Pantone 452, straight out of the tin. And if I put that up to this, look at the difference. Look how the one on the bottom is Hornby's one. Look how bold it is. It's too heavy. It's oh, sorry, wrong way. Can you see how it's too creamy and it's too dense? And the red is too red. The dark grey isn't too bad, but but you can see there's a massive difference in that. That looks right. That doesn't. Oh, hang on, let me get that focal point again. Case of angling it, But yeah, this is far too vivid. So I'm buying 3 rakes of Mark IVs, and I fully expect that I'm going to have to partially or fully repaint the whole damn thing, because I know that they're not going to get the beige right, and they're probably not going to get the red right, and if they do get the red right, it will be different thicknesses, because they can't get that right either. Because Intercity livery, the red, it's basically done in thirds, roughly. That the thickness of the red is 2/3 of the thickness. The white stripe is 2/3 thickness. The red stripe is 3/3 thickness. So it's Pantone 452 came. Well, I mean, I just go. I use cellulose paint because it dries almost instantly. I mean, literally, when I was painting this, the dark grey, I'm painting it like that, and by the time I'm getting to here, and I need to, move my hand, I can literally grab hold of the end and just finish off. It's that easy. It dries so quickly, so hard, and it's hard wearing. I can literally go from my, here, I'll do my modelling here or on the modelling table behind me. I'll have masking tape on. I'll go and paint it. I'll come back in, and then I'll remove the paint off, remove the tape off it, and be putting new tape right on the model that I just painted 5 minutes ago. So, yeah, annoyingly, I fully expect to have to repaint the Hornby's Mark IVs. Modelling wise, they look okay, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to repaint the red, and I'm going to have to repaint the tan. That's just a given, because they've been doing it wrong for ages. Oxford are likewise. They've got the wrong colour, and it just needs masking up and paint some 452, or go to Rail Match or Precision Phoenix, Phoenix Precision, and again mask it off, airbrush it, or send it to me and I'll do it. You'll have to pay for it obviously, but I can do the work because it's that's like an afternoon's work for me. Yeah. I'll tell you exactly where to get it. You want to go to Auto Paint at St Helens, and they do cellulose paint. You don't need the expensive stuff; just go for the cheaper stuff. Buy a quarter of a litre, and that will last you forever. Because the nice thing about cellulose paint, it's really thick. It's really thick. It's like tar almost. Think golden syrup. That stuff where you go like that, or like thick honey. It's kind of like that. And I'm only using 30% paint. Yes, the new one and the original one they're all in the wrong color because Hornby can't get it right. And like I say, I think the reason is that they send a picture to China, and some Chinese guy gets whatever China British the China standard that they have there, whatever paint specification charts that they have. When you get all the swatches, they basically have to go with what they've got, and so they basically end up holding it up to the screen and thinking, I think it's that one. Now, I Dapol and Bachmann use my specification sheets that I made for them. Well, actually, I made them for me and I gave them the information as well. And what I suggested to Dapol in particular, I said, look, here's the way to do it. You can go and you can buy a full set of British Standard 381C, 4800, and maybe even the 2660 one. But the mainly it's the 381C and the 4800. And you can, so you buy two of each, send one to China, one of each to China, and keep one of each yourself, so that you can draw it and you know what colours you're using, and they've got the chart. So when you print out your drawing of what colours you want them to use, and you tell them, I want this in this colour, this in this colour, this stripe in that colour, that band in that colour, and they basically go to that swatch and they write, you need that one, okay, what's the Chinese one, and they find the one that's the closest match, and then they use that paint. Because so many countries had different colours. World War II, there was the RLM. They still use RLM to a sort of minimal, a sort of a standard, but you've got all these different standards in different countries. In America, they got federal standard. So when you see, fighter jets or whatever, they're all federal standard colours that they use. So ghost grey, things like that, gold grey. Well, we have the same thing. We use British standard colours for various colour schemes. So as a result, most of them are done like that. Some things like Pantone, they're pretty standard as well, and of course they're an international standard, so that helps. So if you've got 16 Oxford Mark IIIs to repaint, and if you want to send them to me, I'd be happy to repaint them. So it's going to cost you, I don't know how much it'll cost because I haven't figured it out. I can't just make up on a whim like that. I have to consider how long it's going to take me to mask it. Basically I've got the intercity, italic lettering and the numbers. Well, they've got to be replaced. So I'll rub those off, get rid of those decals, mask off the grey on the bottom, and mask off the rest of the coat so nothing else gets painted, and then spray it, gloss varnish, put the transfers on, gloss varnish again, then put the gloss varnish to make it a nice shiny level. then I put then you put the transfer in, because when you put the transfer in, it's got the film around it, the clear film, and that makes it harder to see it on a gloss finish, and it also gives it something to grip to as well. Then you do another coat of it which hides it completely, and then I put on a second. I put a satin or even a matte if necessary, but tone it down, and then I can slam it back in the box and mail it back to you. So, I do a very good job on stuff. I mean, I'm going to put this right up. This is just a loco I painted, and this is fully painted. So. That's the finish on it. It's a bit dusty in a couple of places, but it's quite a nice soft. And I get in all the nooks and crannies. Don't get much bleed across panel lines and things like that. You can see it's all done with the handrails off. All properly done. This is going to be 47835. 853, which was in this is mainline livery, post 1989 version, with Falcon Grey on the top, and this had crash damage at both ends. So when Bachmann brought out the 47835, University of Leicester, I think University of Leicester, in large logo livery, I bought two of them. I bought one to be 47299, the Jinx, which had a crash damage at both ends, and it had the cut down cab, and then this one is 853, as this was actually the original XP64 BR Blue test vehicle. But I painted it in mainline livery. It went to Intercity next, and then Virgin painted it in XB64 livery. I'm not sure what it's in now. It was called Rail Express for a while. But nice model. Like I say, crash damage at both ends. I put a better roof grille on. I mean, you can see how much better that is. In fact, let me just. Got a lot more finesse than the Bachmann one. Like I say, you can see how thin it is by comparison. You can see, hello, my lips. So yeah, I do a good job. Yep. Radio. Okay. Well, good night, muscles. Yeah. But. Yeah, I'd like to get this back in, get the transfers on. It doesn't need a lot of them. It's only the number and the overhead warning flashes. That's all that needs to be done. I still need to hand paint the orange stripe above the cab windows, along the cantrell area. But yeah, and I've got big plans that I want to do, because this is one of the things where the 3D printer is going to come into its own, because I went and bought loads, and when I say loads, I've got more than 50 of these things, and these are Hornby's Mark II-E, which also the bloody grey is wrong. Look, can you see how bright and yellowy it is? The bottom is what it should be, but what's on top is just bad. So I had a big problem when it came to Mark IIs, Aircon Mark II. So when Bachmann announced that they were going to be doing Mark II Fs, I was like just delighted, because I needed lots of Mark II Fs. And the price back then, they were like 25 to I think they'd gone to £33 at the time, which was a bit pricey but manageable, and so it's like, well, I need the 33s for different trains, a couple of cross country rakes are Mark II, so that's what this will pull. And some, and then a West Coast mainline DVT stroke. So what it would be is a Mark III DVT, three, 2 or 3 first-class coaches. Then it would be a Mark III buffet car, then 6 standard coaches, and then an 86 or an 87 or a 90 to power it, push-pull. Well, I managed to get enough of them cheap that I've got 2 rakes of that now, which is one clockwise, one anti-clockwise. So I've got 4 basically West Coast mainline intercity rakes, not including cross-country stuff. So the problem was that the prices have been going up, and Brexit has made it even worse because, of course, especially during the negotiating stage, every time Theresa May said something about Brexit, the pound would take another bit of a dive. And when Brexit happened, it doesn't matter how you voted. The reality is that when the uncertainty of Brexit, the financial markets kind of crashed for Britain. So the pound took a massive dive against the dollar in any other currencies. It just tumbled like crazy. And it's sort of gradually crept up as things have become a bit more solidified. But the uncertainty every time Theresa May would make a statement about what's going to happen with Brexit and what kind of Brexit is going to be, a soft Brexit or a hard Brexit, or every time something came out about it, more panic in the financial markets, and so the pound took another tumble. Well, every time the pound goes down, it means that you can spend less of someone else's currency with it. So, like, for example, I remember going to America at one point when the pound was really strong, and it was like, almost $2 to the pound. Well, if you buy something for $10, that costs £5 in the UK. So it was great. I went to America with £500 in my pocket, and it spread twice. That was like $1,000 by comparison. Whereas it's sort of it averages somewhere between about 1.3 to 1.7 is the normal sort of fluctuation. Well, so when Brexit happened, like I say, the pound goes down, which means that exports are cheaper, but imports are more expensive. And since we import everything from China, it meant that the prices were going up, because obviously, if a year ago the pound is 20% less, if the pound now is 20% less value than it was a year ago, well, suddenly your models now cost 20% more for Hornby or Bachmann when they purchase them. They buy a ship, 4,000, 4,000 of these, and 4,000 TSOs and 4,000 brake coaches. Well, that's 12,000 models that who knows what their margins is. If they only make £10 or £5 on a model, and the rest of it is all R&D and manufacturing elements, well, the price has got to go up, because otherwise they're not making, So what happened was, the price was going up, and it went from about £24 to 33 to 38 to 42, and I'm thinking to myself, well, crikey, at the top, by the rate, because the Bachmann stuff, it can be in development for years before it finally comes out. I mean, just to give you an example, probably about 8 years ago or something now, Bachmann announced that they were going to be doing a bitumen TTA with, so it got like cone ends with some heating tubes on it, probably. Well, that was announced like 8 years ago or something. well before the around about the same time as the Mark 2Fs. We haven't seen a peep from them. Not a damn thing about it. So, it's kind of annoying. So, so what happened was the price is going up, and I'm thinking, I need 33 of these, and the current prices are 42 quid. Well, if the prices go up at this kind of rate they're going out, they're probably going to be about 50 quid when they come out. In the end, they were about, what was it? I think it was 46.96. I think it was. Well, I mean, you multiply that by 33. That sorry. Let me try that again. £46.96 times 33, not 3. That's £1,500. I don't have that kind of money, not to buy. And of course, the problem is that when you buy things, other people are buying them as well. And if you don't get the TSOs you need while you need them, next thing you know, they're not available anymore. And the only places you can get them are places paying full retail. So instead, you're not paying £46.96, you're paying £52, whatever it is, whatever the retail price is. So, and I knew that I didn't have that kind of money. And this is probably about a year before they came out. So the prices were 42. And they were bound to be more. So I, originally Hornby were going to do a Mark IIe, but they were keeping it under wraps. They weren't talking about any development they were doing. They hadn't announced them. So when Bachmann announced that they were going to be doing Hornby Mark II, they were going to be doing Mark IIFs, and Hornby were going to do Mark IIFs, they changed to Mark IIe. So Hornby brought out their Mark IIe, and it's an okay model. It's got some big flaws. The primary one is that the body and the chassis don't fit together, which I think is because they made a Mark IIF and the body fits properly to the chassis, but on the Mark IIe, they must have redesigned that part, and when they went to put it on the model when it was built, it didn't fit properly. So if I change the focal point, you'll be able to see what I mean. So if you look at the bottom, so a Mark II vehicle should have the curve of the tumble home and then it's flat right across the bottom. Whereas on this, it's got a soul bar. It's got a Mark I style soul bar. Look, can you see how there's a... you can see it best there. Can you see how my fingernail's at the end, but it's not... You see it? And that's because the body doesn't fit on properly. So it's got that problem. And then the other one is on the roof. The roof ventilators are twice as wide as they should be. But, body-wise, that one's an easy fix. Guy Molyneux, one of the DMU guys, he did some 3D printed ones which you can buy in Shapeways, and I bought some. And all you need to do is just remove them, cut them off, sand it down, stick his on, and that's perfect. Just mask off the roof, respray, you're done. Unless you want to be like me and respray the rest of it. Because the stripes are wrong on this. I mean, if you look, the red and white stripe are the same thickness, which they're not like on the real thing. So now, so as a modeler, I'm modelling some Mark IIes. One of my cross-country sets is mostly Mark IIes. Because what happened with the Intercity Cross Country, they standardised a lot of their rakes to 7 coaches. So you'd get an RFB, so it's a buffet first class coach, and then you'd have a brake coach on the far end, and then 5 TSOs in the middle. So, um, so when it comes to Mark II E's and Mark II F's, there's very little difference between them. The air conditioning system on them is a bit different. It's a different design. It's a single large fan, whereas these have got two small ones, except for on standard. See, Chris said here, Hornby treat us like shit, really, as if to say it like, say like it. I don't know what that quite bit end means, but I think the problem with Hornby is they don't realise that what they're doing wrong, and it's hard to give feedback. Once something is done. So, for example, let's just take those Mark II, Mark III DVTs that they've just done, and the plastic is too thin, isn't dense enough, and the paint is too thin, so the light goes through it. It's got a really bad light bleed problem. Well, what are they going to do? Are they going to send them, scrap all the bodies and buy, get a new set made? That's very expensive, and and I think one of the problems is that because of COVID, I think they've had to take some risks of, just make it, kind of thing. We can't send someone out to China because of COVID lockdowns and stuff, so to check up and quality control, do the quality control at the Chinese end, so they just go, oh, just do it. Okay, I think I see what you mean now. Now you see there's a problem with that, and that's fine if you're talking about something like this. Yeah, you can buy the you can buy the Bachmann Mark II F instead of the Hornby Mark II F. However, for something like their intercity livery DVTs, nobody else makes a DVT, so they've cornered the market. So unless someone else says, "Oh, Hornby keeps screwing this up, so we'll make a DVT, we'll make it better." Well, that's a lot of investment for something that's already there. So, it's like, we don't have to worry about it because, So, yeah, and like I say, I want Hornby to be successful. They just make some mistakes. And some of them are really bad. Like I say, the intercity livery has always been bad since the the 2000s, effectively. They've really struggled to be able to paint that tan. They just get it wrong every single time. And the problem is, it's a rock and a hard place, because if they change it and make it correct, well, then they're going to get complaints off people who have already bought the stuff that's got the wrong tan on it. And so now the new ones don't match the old ones. I can't put my Intercity 125 coaches with the old power cars that I bought off you 10 years ago, because they look completely different now. This is awful. This is terrible. Why don't you make them all the same? So you've got people, you've got some people. I need to turn my autofocus back on. Oh, it isn't. So they've got to kind of, bite the bullet effectively and realise that this long-term mistake they've made, they can't exactly fix without, damned if they do, damned if they don't. So I can understand the sort of logic. I mean, I'd love to get it out of the, from the horse's mouth, as it were. I can only make, suppositions as their motivation. But I'm fortunate. I'm in a fortunate place that I'm a talented modeller. And if they can't get it right, I certainly can. I can fix the problems that they get wrong. So, that's what I've got to do. I've just got to accept that I'm buying 3 rakes of Mark IVs, and they're putting the price up as well, which has just made it, a bit more problematic. But I've committed to it. I've got a model shop that's is getting 3 rakes for me, and they will be putting them aside for me. So I'll buy 1 rake a month. So that's 3 months worth of buying. But once I've got them, I've got them. I don't need 10 rakes or anything. So, but I'll have 3 rakes of full length trains. I'd like to have 4. If I can manage to find some other ones, I would like 4 rakes. But I'll see if I can find some later. The reason for having 4 rakes is I want, when I run my layout as an East Coast Main Line layout, the idea is I'll have 2 rakes with Class 91s, so one will be clockwise, one will be anti-clockwise, and then I'll have another 2, so one of the things that happened was that the Class 91s weren't as reliable as they expected, and as a result they ended up having to lease some Class 90s on the East Coast Main Line. So if I transition this, so they hired some Rotherham Distribution Class 90s, and there were in 1990, was it 1 or 2? I think it was not. It was certainly by 92 anyway. So the 90s were made as O's. They were all 90s, just Class 90s. But what happened was Intercity kept borrowing rail freight ones, Rotherham Distribution's ones, and it was becoming problematic to be able to run their own trains. So what they did was they made them unuseful by removing the electric train heating sockets and reducing the speed to 75 miles an hour, which of course means that most freight trains don't go faster than 75 miles an hour, certainly at the time, Freightliners and things like that. So it meant that by reducing the speed, it reduced the amount of maintenance they need, because of course the faster it goes, the more miles it gets under its done in a day, which means that it needs repairing more frequently. So by removing the electric train heating, it meant that they couldn't heat up Intercity's coaches, so they might be able to pull them, but they couldn't heat them, and they went and reduced the speed, which made them less useful. However, so the first 15 Class 90s were Intercity ones. The 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20 were the parcels ones, and then 21 to 50 were the freight ones. Well, Rotherham Distribution had a contract with the charter unit to provide power for charter trains, which were, the kind of thing like on those the Raspberry Ripple stuff that was earlier, the white roofed Intercity stock. So they had a contractual obligation for those, but also the class, locos on the West Coast Main Line were having some reliability issues. On the East Coast Main Line rather. The Class 91s weren't as reliable as they expected, so effectively they didn't have enough locos a day to do the job, to provide all the services that they were supposed to be providing, and so they borrowed 1 or 2 Class 90s per day to run on Leeds services. Now, they were slower speed than the normal ones, because Class 90s are only rated for 110 miles an hour per operation, whereas Class 91s and HSDs on the East Coast Main Line were doing 125 miles per hour. Certainly the regions that can travel that fast. And so, so what happened was when it came to making them less useful, they took they made 26 onwards class 90/1s, which is what separated them by having no electric train heating, and then later they removed the rubbing plate. There's an example, you see. So they removed the rubbing plate and plated it over, and put rail freight style buffers on it and removed the knuckle coupler. So and so they worked. You know, it's kind of weird looking at freight locos hauling intercity trains. There's one running Mark IV sets, still has the rubbing plate and the knuckle coupler. So so the idea for my layout is that going clockwise and anti-clockwise will be class 91s on pushing and pulling the Mark IVs, and then a bi-directional track which will have which will have a class 90 on it. And rather than have to keep swapping locos, I can just have another rake of coaches and use those. And then there's another rake that I would like, and they were pretty short-lived, but still kind of interesting, and it would be nice to do. And that's one of the Pullman sets. And I don't know if I've got one of the Pullman sets with 91s and Mark IVs. Certainly have a HST Pullman, which was before the 91s came along, and these are so these trains that travel from places like the Tyne Tees Pullman or Tees Tyne Pullman, I can't remember which way it was now. HT10, which is one I'm modelling, that used to operate from very very early in the morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning, leaving Newcastle, and then that would travel down to be at London for about 10ish, I think it was. And because it was for the businessmen, the movers and shakers, and the guys that were commuting, from York in the morning to London, they had more first class demand. So if you look, you can see there's 3 first class coaches and 2 buffet cars. So that part of the coach, so there's your TGS at the back, 1, 2, just 3 TSOs. Normally there's 5. There's a 407XX series buffet car, a first class coach. This is a TRFK, so it's a full kitchen. And you can see how it's that one's got 3 windows and that one's got 4, and then 2 first class coaches, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 coaches. A lot of times they ran in 8s, so here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's 9 as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's the Tyne Tees Pullman there, leaving Newcastle. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in that one. So you can see TGS, TSO, TSO. One's 407XX buffet, first class coach. That's a truck, so a trailer, restaurant, unclassified kitchen, and 2 first class coaches. So 3 first class coaches in that train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. hard to say if there's a coach there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the one. This is how I'm modelling it. This one's from a book. So there's the buffet. There's the TGS 1, 2 first class standard class coaches. Standard buffet car, first class truck, and then 2 first class coaches. So, but there was a I keep documents on things. So, in one of them is I think it's in there. Transformations, yeah. So I've scanned these pictures from books and other various places, and that just gives a sort of list. This is 1971 football matches. So Arsenal specials, and it gave the rakes and what all the coaches were. So that's really useful stuff if you're modelling 1971, of course. This is something someone wrote down, and you can see the numbers. So we got some Mark III SLEPs, Mark II TSO, Mark II-C TSO, Mark II A TSO, I think, Mark II-C BSO, and a BG. That shows the other vehicles as well. This is from Rail Magazine. So 1993 rakes. So there you've got your these ones here are HST sets, and these do these are your the trains that go to Inverness and Aberdeen. And these ones at the bottom are the the normal rakes. So this one here is a Pullman rake. So it's, if you look, you've got a DVT 10208. So that's a first class coach, a first class coach, a first class coach, a buffet car, standard, TSOE, the end vehicle with the buffers on it. So that's 3, 4, 6 Pullmans, 6 Pullman rakes. Now at one point, so this is 95. There we go. This is early, 1990. They were first being used, and these are the numbers. So those are the training units. But eventually, they knew they were going to get a 9th vehicle, but at first they only had 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus the DVT. And then later they added a 9th coach. But they had a Pullman here, so it's one. So TSOE, 2 TSOs, another TSO, a first class, a buffet car, 1, 2, 3 first class coaches. And then there's the Super Pullman, which is interesting one. So it's that's the TSOE with the buffers on. That's a TSO. That's a buffet car, a first class coach, a buffet car, a first class coach, and the DVT. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, of which 1, 2, 3, 4 first class coaches and 2 buffets. And you'll notice that this buffet is right in the middle, so that will only serve those first class passengers with their nice, full English breakfast on their way down to London, from Peterborough or Grantham or used to have the Hull Pullman as well. I don't think it was called the Hull Pullman. I think it was called something else. But it came from Hull. Go down in the morning, nip off to nip off to Bounds Green for the day, and then at night it would go back down to Euston, and then take the train north. So, you know, and I've kept a whole bunch of these because I thought they were interesting. I mean, you know, these are a little bit late because they're 95. I wish there were some 1992 ones. And I've got a number of sightings of my own as well, that I made over the years. So this is January 92, so this is perfect, right in the middle of my time period. Oops. Oh gosh, come on. So this is a formation from 1992, so you got TGS, TS, 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 RMB, TF, TF, because they're not O, they're just trailer firsts or trailer standards, or, you know, modular buffet. And are there any others still any with 2 buffet cars? Well, these are cross-country ones. You can see it's ICCE, so intercity cross-country, or intercity East Coast, or intercity Midland Main Line, refurbished in that case. So these are all the Neville Hill services, and sometimes you might find if, oh well, this one's out of service, so they end up using one of those on the Midland, or likewise. So yeah, that's you know, that's how these things operated. Like I say, information like this is great because, you know, sure, I can take a photo, you know, let's just find one of the formations. So I'm just going to pick randomly, let's pick one of these. Actually, you know what, let's, cross country, Mark 1 buffet. So these are cross country trains that have got Mark 1 buffet car in them. Now this is from 1990. So if I go down here, if I go under my desk, I got my 1990 combo. And so what I can do is I can open this book at the coaches section and see which vehicles were operated by, you know, cross country, or, you know, or East Coast Main Line or West Coast Main Line or charter. So if we have a look at this picture again, so this is one of the mainline liveried 90s, which was 9126 to 136. So if we look, we've got a BG, we've got a, because that's got a yellow on the top, that means it's a BFK, a Mark 2D BFK. We have the Mark 1 buffet, and we have 3 TSOs there. They look like they might be E's. And then at the back here there's that's another TSO actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4 TSOs. So what I'm going to do is they're Mark 2 ED, so the Mark 2 E's or F's. So I'm just going to go to the book. So this is almost certainly a cross-country train. I don't think, I'm just looking at the TSOs and I don't really see any cross-country ones. Excuse me, I need to get a drink. I'm going to finish very shortly. So if I look in this book, we've got Mark II So Mark II TSOs, so there's the back four coaches, and there are loads of them to choose from. There aren't many. There's a couple of West Coast mainline, Western Region ones, IWRC. So that would be something that would do a Class 47 hauling a rake of intercity coaches to Paddington from somewhere like maybe Swansea or Bristol or Cardiff or something like that. We poured the drink, didn't drink the drink. So I'm looking at this, and I can just pick out 4 coaches at random because they're all cross country. So, and they've got allocations of Manchester, Longsight, or Polmadie, Polmadie at Glasgow. So, and also Oxley as well, which is Birmingham. So, in order to guess that, okay, well, I'm gonna choose a Manchester train. So I'm just gonna pick 4 ICCX Mark II's at random that have MA at the end. So 5803, 5785, 5893, and 5754. So that's those. So now I'm going to go to the buffet car. Now, I think, based upon the picture there, I think that's one of the 16XX series ones. So in this 1990 book, in the 16XX, we've got several cross-country ones. So, and it's in intercity livery. So, 1652. Just picked one out at random. And then this coach here, the Mark IID BFK, so that's in the 17XXX series. So Mark IIC, Mark IID. So picking one at random, 17159 ICCX at Manchester. So that's that one, and then finally the BG. So they're usually 92 XXX series ones. I'm just going to pick one at random. Let's see. Trying to find any cross-country ones actually. I don't see any. But again, I can pick something at random that might go around. Am I seeing? That's parcels one. I'm just looking for Manchester based ones, and it's RPXM, which is parcels. No, I don't really see any, but you can just pick an intercity one at random. I know they were used on the East Coast Main Line, so there are a few intercity ones around. Just pick one. I mean, could just be that they're parcels ones and they wanted to have a parcels coach that could also be used for intercity occasionally. But that's just a simple example of how you can take an average train and turn it into like, well, if I use that, and that, okay, the numbers might not be perfectly accurate, but at least you can make an educated guess. At least they're owned by the same subsector pool. So intercity cross country, intercity west coast, intercity east coast, intercity main line. Even Gatwick Express, IVG, A Victoria to Gatwick, A. Um, you know, these are all ways that you can use to, you know, and then you can renumber them, and you know, I like renumbering things. It's nice to have unique stuff, even if it's just a coach. You know, there's something nice of knowing that, you know, that you got, um, you know, let's imagine you're doing, this is 1995, this is the Anglia region, so you can see, you got 3221, so the top row from the left, from the right, 3221, so that is a first class coach, and I think that's a Mark II E. Might be wrong though. So 3221. So 3221 is a Mark II E. It was the first Mark II E, in fact, which goes up to 3275. So 3228 is Mark II-C. The 16XX at 1697 is, you know, Mark I buffet, which is an RBR. 68XX at 6829, and you can see towards the other end of the train you've got two more 68 series ones. Well, the 68 series ones were first class coaches that were converted into standard class coaches by ripping out the three, you know, one and 1+2 seating arrangement and making it a 2x2 seating arrangement, with most of the coaches, most of the seats pointing, sorry, not pointing, most of the seats not being in alignment with the windows. And then 5625, that's very low number, which I think is a Mark II-D. So 5625 Mark II-D TSO, yeah. And 5705, also Mark II-D. So, and 5695 also I think a Mark II-D. Yeah. So what you've got is you've got a DBSO 9701, so that's a Mark II-F, Mark II-F, Mark II-F, Mark II-D, Mark II-D, Mark II-D, Mark II-F, Mark I RMB, Mark II-E, Mark II-E. And that's an accurate train. So now on my model list, I quite like a number of Anglia things, mostly EMUs, but you know, there are some interesting stuff there. I bought two DBSOs just because I think DBSOs look really good in intercity livery, and I started doing the work, but I didn't get around to finishing because I had some problems with the end plates. There's some little vertical plates by the windows on the ends, which I think is because to stop the sun shining across them in the sort of early morning, early evening, and causing shadows and not shadows, sorry, having, you know, make it hard to see out the window because the light is beaming across it, and just by having these little sort of blinker things, it stops the dazzle from hitting the light, which makes it hard to see things. And of course, if your driver can't see the signals, that's how accidents happen. So yeah, that's this. Like I say, this is the kind of stuff that I find interesting. Cross country, there they've got you know, 7 coach sets. So TGS 1, 2, 3, 4 TSOs or TSs. 1 buffet car and 1 first class coach. So now there's an interesting one. So if we look at the Midland mainline ones here, we can see 4.1 is first class coach, 4.0 is buffet, 4.2 is for second class, 4.4 is the TGS. So we've got TS, TS, RMB, TF, TF, RMB, TS, 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 TGS. But the interesting one down here is NL09, which is the Master Cutler, which was the Sheffield to St Pancras Pullman train. So that's got 1, 2, 3 first class coaches, a standard buffet car, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 standard class coaches. So, you know, normally you get 2 first class coaches in a rate. This one's got 3, and the buffet is in pretty much the middle of the train. So yeah, these are the kind of things that are really useful to be able to form your trains, and that's exactly the design that I follow. You know, to be able to make a rake. This is one of the rakes I've got in blue and grey. So yeah, that's so what my plans are now for the next, you know, I'm gonna get other people's stuff done first, and then I'm gonna get started on doing entire trains. So to go with this 47835, I need a rake of 7 Mark II coaches for a cross-country train, and I've got 2 locos, so I've got 2 trains, one clockwise, one anti-clockwise. So what my plan is here is to take the Mark IIe, remove a bunch of the boxes underneath that aren't appropriate for Mark II Fs, and then 3D print my own parts, which can then be secured underneath. And then I've just, you know, as a part of the refurbishment program or the modification program, I am going to fix the soul bar problem and replace the ventilators, and that's it. You know, it's not going to be that hard. And the nice thing about having the 3D printer is that I don't have to fabricate all these parts individually. I can do one drawing of one style, and then be able to just print a whole, you know, bed full of them. You know, the entire plate, and have all the boxes all drawn out. You know, for some reason the focus has gone weird on me here. Oops, and I didn't turn it off anyway. It's just... Come on, there I am. Okay. What's the best way of making a class 4 a 4-car class 310? That's a tough one. I suppose you could buy Mark II coaches, either Bachmann or even these, and have 3D printed sides and ends, and seating, and underframes. I mean, you know, it's basically building new stuff. The problem is with 3D printing is getting something that, you know, I've only got a 3D printing space of about that. You know, it's a bath about that big. Oops. It's not very large at all. So I can only fill it with what I can. So if I was going to make one of those, I would end up doing it in 3 parts. So I'd have like a, if you can imagine, the driving coach would be the driving, the centre, the inner part with the corridor connection. The next vehicle would have, you know, the corridor connection inner part, and then a middle bit and an end bit, you know, and so on. You know, and the next one would have the pantograph well and the brake compartment section and the correct doors and stuff. But it's not going to be an easy task. It's a complicated one. There used to be, at least anyway, Southern Pride used to do a kit, which was a resin, I think it was a resin or plastic body side, and you had edges that you glued on the top of it, but I've never made one, so I can't comment on the quality. I do have room for some 310s. I'd like some for my layout, but it's quite a bit off my radar at the moment. I've got lots of other things that I want to do first, and of course one of them is to start building my bloody layout, because maybe at the end of the year I'd like to be, constructing the layout, um, maybe towards the end of the summer if I'm lucky. I can afford to buy some wood and start building it. But of course, in order to build it, I've got to get in the back room and tidy everything out in order to be able to draw what the track plan's going to look like on the ground first. So I only intended to chat for about an hour on stuff that I was working on and stuff that I've done, and talk a bit about my transition at the start. But I ended up talking for another marathon of like 4 hours or something. So, and I've been out all day. I had a very nice day in Manchester, and I haven't eaten in quite a while. So I think I'm going to have something to eat and then go to bed because I'm starving. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this. I always enjoy talking about modelling, so and whether it's a to-do list or whether it's an actually I'm doing at the moment list, it's always still nice to do. So, like I say, thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend. I need to get some sleep because I'm going to be chatting to a friend from Sweden tomorrow afternoon at 6 o'clock, which is 7 o'clock for him. So that's going to be nice. So, like I say, thank you very much. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Good night.